Good evening, everybody. I just have a little bit of a loose stand. Let me see if I can. No, that's just gonna stay loose. All right. Sorry for the later start. I was home for a while now, but I had a couple of other things to do. So we are gonna do not necessarily a quick, but we will probably we'll probably do just a looks like the game isn't showing up again. I probably will just do the one episode. I've been hoping to do a little bit more for The Walking Dead, but I think just kind of the way I've been doing my casts lately and my time constraints lead me to stick with what I've got here. But we'll make it work. So let's go back to the settings. My goodness. The distinguished gentleman, are you here? Thank you very much for that sub. I said that I was going to be working on special sub icons and things like that, and I have not gotten as close to sorting that out as I would like. So at the very least, I should probably get this. I should probably get the notification. Hey, distinguished gentleman, thank you so much for the subscription. You are the 10th one to hit that button. So sorry I didn't have a better alert for you. There are currently no emotes. You're doing that solely because you hate money. But I really appreciate that, and I really, especially now, because we've probably had about a month roll over on these subs, so I feel like I need to thank you so much, distinguished gentleman. Yeah, I definitely need to get on kind of giving people something for what they put in. So thank you for that. Maybe I'll come up with like a special cast or something like that to do for the subs. I don't know. We'll work it out. But as usual, so right, this is all just installed. So we did episode 1, do chalk nudes count? I think that's against terms of service. So I would have to decline, but I would probably come up with a clever way of maybe drawing like a nude in chalk, and that would satisfy the letter of the agreement, if not the spirit. So I'll admit, I thought the first episode was kind of fun to set up the game. It had some good things going for it, but it didn't maybe like floor me. Episode 2 surprised me quite a bit with how good I thought it was. I thought it was a really, really strong episode to get into. So I have some high expectations for number 3, but we'll see. There's no reason to. No reason to push too hard. I'm curious, how many are there? Actually, you know what? There's no point in looking ahead. Let's just enjoy the game that we have in front of us.
Previously on The Walking Dead. Get the gates open! We've got wounded!
I want to know why you thought bringing more mouths to feed was a good idea.
Word's getting out that you want to leave the motor in.
Well, here isn't doing us any good. You should think about coming with us, you and Clem.
No one's trying to cut you out of anything.
Those look like the people who raided my
Calm
camp.
down, you're paranoid.
Fuck you!
Did you tell anyone out there who you were, or that you were tied to this place?
That's right. I know who you are, and I know you're a killer.
He's not dead! Somebody help me!
Come on! We know this guy's not gonna make it.
Kenny!
What the fuck? Sounds like a car.
There's a shitload of food and supplies back here.
You're right. We shouldn't take this.
The rest of us are taking this stuff.
Don't worry, little girl. Bandits got their eye on that dairy. As long as they keep getting food from them, you'll be safe.
By the way, I do prefer this description that the story is tailored to how you play, because definitely a lot of choices in this game actually tend to be ones that don't affect the trajectory of the story. It just, you color your meaning with it, which I think is the right way of doing it. I've always felt that's the oversold part of these games, because I think the stories are strong enough on their own.
Looks like this is our lucky day.
Yeah, maybe. They tend to take us by surprise.
Yeah, well, the less I see, the happier I am. You made up your mind yet?
About what?
When it comes to the getting the hell out of Macon, I bet you're in the let's stay put camp, considering I've been pushing everyone to leave. Fine. I'll take that as a yes then. I swear, Lee, I'd be on my boat this goddamn minute if I didn't think splitting up was suicide. Okay, just like last time. Over the rig, into the pharmacy, and scrape together whatever supplies are left.
Hi, MC.
We didn't leave much in there.
Hey, we're out of options. Something's better than nothing. Shit.
You okay?
The ladder's come loose. I'm not sure how many more trips she's got in her.
I'm not sure how many more trips we've got in us.
No kidding.
There's no safe way through that mess.
Ah, neat.
Looks like it still works.
Not quite sure what I'm supposed to...
It's completely flat. Huh. They're blocked by all the fallen concrete.
Oh, you know what? This seems to have... So when you mouse over something, it's a little bit like... Hey, Jesse Quill. Thank you very much for the host. So there's a thing that happened in Grim Fandango. Johnny Big Time, thank you very much for the host as well. By the way, Jess, you might notice something a little bit new on the Distinguished Gentleman's profile. We have grown the system flock. There's Johnny. All right. Let's get some shout-outs out of the way. I know we're early on into the cast, and there's not as many people here, but I want to make sure that these people are taken care of. So we have got the lovely Miss Jessie Quill.
Lily's not doing so good,
Oh.
huh?
You murdered her dad.
I did what I had to, and you know it.
El Canoe, thank you very much for that host as well. Is there any other option? So I was thinking this had the thing that Grim Fandango did, which was the character would look at the objects that they're supposed to pick up while I'm in control. Let me get some shout-outs out of the way. One funny thing, I believe
There's no safe way through that mess.
I still need to make one for El Canoe, but my first two hosts actually have commands in my chat. If you use the bot, both Jesse Quill and Johnny have. I don't know about the others. I know there's more, but I don't think El Canu's got one written yet because it takes me a little bit to make it for them. But let's do some shout outs here. So Jess is a particularly fun one to shout out during The Walking Dead. Because The Walking Dead Season 2 was one of the first things I ever watched Jess play, and one of the first things that I said to her in that channel, or in that cast, it has been immortalized in a quote by her, which is definitely very high praise. It's one of the things that I love the most about Jess's cast, is every time I get a chance to make her laugh out loud, I feel like I've done well. So that gives you an idea in terms of why I'm always happy to see her inside of the channel. And I think while I can always give that sort of personal connection, one of the really big things to me about Jess is her ability to do story-based games. The fact that...
Your girl still upset with me for taking stuff out of that car last week?
I hope not.
Hoping ain't worth a damn.
Thanks, Kenny. But one of the big things for me was, I really like watching Jess play story-based games, because I know that I can probably get up from here, but I figure I should probably finish these shout-outs before it comes down to it. I like that she does these story-based games because she puts quite a bit of thought into those casts, and she draws from both her personal experience as well as her educational background to color what's going on in the game, and to talk about why it's important to her, some of the themes about the game, and why either she enjoys what she's playing, if she's played it before. Well,
Kenny,
crap.
come on.
Shit. Damn it. I can't reach.
You're just not trying hard enough,
Sorry,
Kenny.
pal.
All right, stay put.
She, again, if it's a game she's experienced before, she'll explain why she enjoys it. If it's a game that she hasn't played before, you get to have those moments with her, and you get to see how sharp she is and how quick-witted she is in terms of different content, and how actively she engages. And that also comes through with her ability to listen to her cast. I can remember, and again, I haven't been in her cast as often as I would like out of the last little while. But she's kind of got one of those casts where people feel free to sort of share about some things that are going on in their life because she is a very active listener. She's not one of the people, and I can say this having met her now, that doesn't talk with you and kind of acts like she's waiting for her turn to talk. She, listens. She will engage. I mean, she's had to listen to me monologue about mathematics on 2 different occasions, and generally retains what's been said, which is why she will now explain derivatives. But no, she's a really wonderful caster, and especially if you guys like The Walking Dead, I would definitely recommend her. I don't know if she'll ever do the games again, but she's definitely somebody who I strongly recommend if you like games like this. Not to be outdone, we've got Johnny Big Time. Johnny Big Time is partially the reason I am late for casting a lot of times, because he's almost like Stanley Kubrick for me. If there's a Stanley Kubrick movie playing, I cannot stop it. I have to watch the thing all the way through. And he has just got a level of charisma. He's got a level of personality that I just haven't seen in any other caster. And he so consistently delivers every game that he plays. He's probably also one of the most active people I know in terms of coming up with ideas and ways to make his cast better. He is one of these people who isn't just a born entertainer, because we have a few of those in cast right now. That's El Canu, that's Jesse Quill, that's Johnny Big Time. But he's one of those people who, like, you very clearly see how much fun he is having entertaining people. He's just one of these people who I sort of feel like, as long as there is some means of expression available, Johnny's going to be contributing to it, and he's going to be constantly thinking about new ways that he can make it better. And in fact, we were just having a conversation today about some of the things that he's got planned for his channel. And again, I was just sitting there and, like, hearing the enthusiasm with which he talked about those ideas. I was quite excited to hear about what was coming up. And one of the things that I can say is what he's doing right now, his franchise playthroughs, where he's currently doing Dragon Age. He's done Dragon Age 1 and 2 and has finished the tutorial for Dragon Age Inquisition, so 3 days in. That started off as a conversation very similar to the one I just had with him, and it's something that I think has done well for his channel's growth. But I also think it's done very well in terms of exposing him to some games that he really enjoys. And more importantly for me, exposing me to some content where he is just doing some of his best stuff. And he really is somebody who can stream anything. I'm not somebody who normally likes watching E3 at all, and I especially don't like watching E3 casts. I generally, if I don't enjoy the convention, or whatever you call it, the trade show, then I generally don't enjoy, like, amateurs talking about the trade show. But I watched all of E3 that Johnny broadcast. Especially his Ubisoft presentation is something that just floored me. I had so much fun watching that. So again, Johnny Big Time, another born entertainer. He is somebody who I strongly recommend you check. The other thing that I haven't been mentioning lately, and it hasn't changed, he's quite good at the games that he plays, which is really rare, because normally the people who are really entertaining, one of the big things for me is people who are generally entertaining tend not to focus a lot on their games. And I don't know, somehow he's able to just draw from this well of experience and just raw entertainment, while still being able to focus on the content of the game, which I think is fantastic. Finally, we've got El Canu. El Canu is my favorite French caster in the channel right now. El Canu is another really, really talented caster. One of the ones that I always keep pointing out is Dark Souls, but I've been missing his last couple of Dark Souls streams to my chagrin. El Canu, again, is somebody who I try to put a little extra effort into shouting out, because there's a natural barrier people have to watching things that are not in their primary language, and yet that is one of the reasons why El Canu is one of the best casters I know, because he's completely able to communicate non-verbally. He's able to bring across the fun of the game and to bring across his emotional state through his body language and through his, just through the context of the game. He's somebody who I think is very tapped into how the medium works. And then on top of that, that is almost sort of a side note to his, it's a side note really to the fact that I think El Canu is also closest to some of the reasons why I think people started watching Twitch, which was just to see
Duck was
people.
asking about that guy at Herschel's farm last night.
Oops, sorry.
Really? I wasn't sure it phased him.
I thought it would step me up on the
Of course it
car
did.
and let me go.
What'd he say?
He wanted to know if Herschel's son somehow made it. Pretty sure he knows he didn't. Don't worry. You made out like a hero in his eyes.
It's not like that.
All right, there we go. But no, I think El Canoe really gets to that core idea of Twitch, which was just being able to share games with people, being able to share things that you found interesting. And one thing that has always impressed me about El Canoe is it doesn't matter the quality of the game that he is playing. He has always been able to show the game at its best, and I feel that every game that he has played, it's found its audience. And let's face it, some games are better than others. Some games have a broad appeal, some games have a narrow appeal. But in the case of El Canoe, I've always felt that he has been the most fair-minded person to cover a game. I know I personally have bought games off of his casts, particularly Satellite Rain. And I just think we're very lucky to have him. One, because I think it's nice to have streamers who broadcast in people's native language, so everybody can enjoy this platform. I think English speakers are lucky to have him because he is entertaining regardless of what language you know. And I think developers are lucky to have him because he is very good at communicating why he loves the games that he plays. So these are three wonderful casters that I definitely encourage you guys to check out and support. Follow them, watch their streams, recommend them to people. Because I know now, there's a certain level of saturation. I shout these people out a lot on this cast, and I think a lot of you are already following them, or if you're not following them, I don't think one more shout out is really gonna change it. But they're always looking for new viewers, and you never know who the new viewer is going to be who, donates money or, happens to have a connection that allows people to sort of find the next level of their cast, or just, is another person who positively contributes to the broadcast. I've been very lucky to have all of you on my casts. It's always fun to have you guys inside of chat. And I would love the opportunity for these three casters to have more experiences like that. So again, if you feel comfortable sharing it with your friends and online acquaintances, that is usually going to be a higher quality viewer than just some stranger that stops by. So anyways, we are on our way to continuing the story.
Lee, I'm fine. I've got this. Give me your hand.
Shit!
You idiot.
Jesus. Are you okay?
No, Dick, I'm shot. Now get off here.
Help me! Somebody help me! Oh God! Oh God!
What the hell is that? A walker?
Walkers don't scream, do they?
Jesus, I don't think so.
It's a girl. We have to help her.
How? There's no getting to her.
We gotta do something. Fuck. We gotta shoot her. Put her out of this
I
misery.
don't know we're here.
What do you mean?
I mean, we leave her alive, and she draws them all to her, buying us time. Think about it. We're always worrying about the ones we can't
Less than
see.
3.
She stays alive and brings them all out of their holes.
God damn it.
Thank you very much, Jess.
Now look what
I shot that woman just because you donated $30. Of course, the fun fact here is that Jess and I just donate to each other's channels a whole lot.
Come on, Lee.
So the only person really making money is
Sturdy as hell, but we ain't got much time. Get
the only
everything
people
you can
making
out of
money
these
is
racks.
PayPal at this point.
Don't forget underneath the counter this time. I'll clear down here and then we gotta go.
Anyways, while I am ransacking the place, thank you very much, Jess. It means a lot. I obviously the amount you've contributed to this cast in terms of this mini game's terrible. I don't know what to do.
Fuck! Incoming! Come on, Lee! Up and over.
What, I can't pick this up? Well, I'm dead. Fair enough. Anyways, thank you very much, Jess. I will add to that, in addition to the monetary contributions that... For God's sake! I'm trying to say thank you for the money! Don't run on me, Kenny. You're a dick, Kenny. You haven't delivered once, Kenny. Not once.
Fridge! Out! Let's fucking get out!
I want to get more stuff.
What was that?
They're everywhere! You took care of yourself, didn't you?
All right. Can properly thank Jess for the money in a second, I think. Just a sec,
You're
Jess. I'm
back.
returning the
Ben found some
donation.
stickers in a drawer, and I put them on my walkie.
Hey, Sweet Pea. That's neat. I'll find you in a minute.
Looks like we got the kid on watch again.
What'd you get?
We might as well leave a sign out that says the men are gone. Come and rape our women and children.
Huh. So, what did you get?
Just what was left.
Which was a lot, actually. Take a look. We're fine, by the way.
Nice work. This'll keep us going. If we carry on like this, we'll get through the winter here.
The winter? We'll freeze our asses off here.
Because piling into an RV with you, after what you did to my dad, is so appealing.
Why wouldn't it be? You know I'll do what it takes to keep everyone safe.
We're already safe.
Take a look at the wall, Lily. That's not graffiti. Those are bullet holes. And we got enough arrow shafts sticking out of it to dry our laundry.
We do whatever is best for the kids. Doesn't that make sense?
It's suicide out there.
We'll die in here.
You're right. You could see someone sleeping and kill one of us. At it again, are we?
Can it, Carly?
Don't boss people around.
I'm sorry. Somebody needs to make executive decisions for the group, though. And I don't think you're capable anymore.
And don't start with me, either.
Ken, we're all losing it with the attacks and lack of food.
We're strongest together. I know you think I'm on her side. but
Stronger
there are no
together?
sides, damn it.
What about the food situation?
Stronger
What about protection? What
together.
about when this place falls? Somebody's got to be thinking about this shit.
How has this not been working? We have everything we need.
Because of me, Lily.
No, because Lee knows how to take care of people, not just things.
What about medicine?
What about medicine?
We wouldn't even be fighting about our medicine and supply stocks if Lee hadn't fucked up downtown.
What do you mean?
Some girl came screaming out of an alley. She had dead hanging all over her. She was making enough noise that we would have had plenty of time to get what we needed. Instead, smart guy shot her.
He what?
He put her out of her misery. Stupid.
I couldn't let her suffer.
We're all suffering.
Some more than others.
We've been putting our lives on the line doing these runs into the city. You wouldn't believe the shit we see.
We all appreciate it, Ken.
Y'all should be giving Lee hell for not doing what needed to be done.
It's not so easy for him.
Look, Macon and its people aren't savable. It's not a town. It's full of walkers, and the people who were left are dying and wandering out onto the streets. It's hell on Earth, and it's coming this way.
It's not going to be easier out on the road!
How would you know?
What I know? I know you're not above murder. I know somebody has been stealing our supplies. That's right, stealing! And I know the list of people I can trust here gets smaller every day! Now everybody get out!
Happy, Kenny?
My family's alive and that RV is running. You goddamn right I am.
Everyone is under great stress.
All I know is, whenever this shit happens, I'm the fucking bad guy. I'd like
Because
to
you're a
thank you for
dick,
once.
Kenny.
For once!
Things are coming to a head.
You could say that.
She's the thief.
Well, I think you did good today. And I find myself thinking that most days.
Thanks.
It's probably worth following up with Lily about what she was saying about missing supplies. With her wound up the way she is, I don't want to see her paranoid.
No question.
And I'd like to talk when you've got a minute.
So, much belated, but I did want to take a second here and say thank you to Jess. In addition to being the most generous donor on the cast, she has not just beaten, the top donation, but she has beaten the top donation from herself. But the amounts that she contributes to the dope. I didn't want to talk to you yet.
Talk to Lily yet?
No, not yet. I will.
What I wanted to say was, I've been thinking a lot about you.
Tell me more. What about?
What about?
You're a convicted killer.
Carly, Jesus.
And I think people should know. Not because they deserve to, and not because you're a bad man. I think the opposite of those two things. People need to know because we're hanging by a thread here, and I can't see Lily talk about you without thinking it's the next thing she's going to say. You don't have to tell everyone, but think about who you trust and take the opportunity while you have it.
You're probably right.
Of course I'm probably right. People might be pissed, and telling them might cause some trouble, but it will be a far cry from what'll happen if they don't hear it from you.
See, the catch is that Carly is the
So
only...
you'll do it then?
I'll let people know. You're totally right.
Good. I think it's for the best.
There's two views that I have on this, which is Carly is the only person who could potentially...
You'll thank me later.
potentially let that information out.
Is there anything else you want to talk about?
I want to talk about the blue balls that I have right now, milady.
You really think people are ready to hear about me?
I'm sorry, Jess. I am
It's
gonna.
not a matter of ready or not. There's never going to be a good time, but there are going to be a lot of bad ones. Right now doesn't seem like one of them. But everyone's different. Who knows how each person would take it, you know? Maybe it's worth thinking about who you want to tell.
Do you feel safe here?
Show me a bath with a heated floor in a high-rise apartment and hand me a full-bodied Malbec and then I'll feel safe. I don't know. This place is fine, but we all know that could change at any second.
You, have any thoughts about Lily?
I worry about her, that's about it. She keeps trying to run things, but it's just not working.
I'm gonna look into this thing.
Good idea.
All right. So, I am not going to do another thing in this game until... Oh, for God's sake! I just want to wander.
Hey, Car.
I do that to women all the time. All right. So, obviously, for Jess, it's very easy to point at the dollar values, and especially when you see something like that come up on the screen, it, it's big. It's something that people will see right away. But I think a big one for me has been some of the different ways that she contributes to the cast in ways that are maybe less known. So, all of you get to see the mod sword, and I know for some people the mod badge is just kind of a status thing, and that's a perk. But it is worth mentioning. I mean, especially whenever there's a time when somebody needs to be timed out, or if I'm not feeling great about the cast, Jess will normally be the person who hears about it. And that usually means that I'm not necessarily at my best. It's usually at the points when I am sort of feeling the worst about casting. And that's, let's face it, people will always enjoy a conversation about positive things more than negative ones. And of course, she has her own cast to take care of, which is also worth mentioning. I mean, she takes on the responsibility of training and sort of mentoring a lot of different casters. Oop, I screwed up. On top of her own cast. And then, of course, she takes on the responsibility for me as well. On top of that, we talk about a lot of other stuff just that's not Twitch related. And so, again, I usually will ask her some ideas, what she thinks is working, what she thinks isn't working. And she will usually have a better idea in terms of where I'm going in terms of casting things, just because we spend a lot of time sort of talking with each other off cast. Which is why also she knows that I just bought... Well, for this, I actually put this on Twitter, but she knows that I just bought a whole bunch of books, and it turns out that there were 2 in the series that I missed. And so what I might wind up doing is taking that amount that she donated, and I might use it to complete the collection. Especially because one of the books is called Montcalm and Wolfe, and it's something that we got to see at the Canadian War Museum. So
sounds like Kenny actually has that thing running. I'll believe it when I see it.
All right, so story wise, there's one problem I have with Carly's strategy. Oh, I'll look at Carly. I agree with the idea that if people find... So think of it this way, right? If you are keeping sort of negative information about yourself, and you choose the terms under which it's revealed, sure, people are going to be mad about the deception, but it was you who brought it to their attention afterwards, so you get some credit for that. The game is very clearly telling me, think about who you reveal this to and when. Clearly, if a game tells you something like that, there's going to be ones where it's the right time and it's the right decision, and it's the wrong time, wrong decision. I'm trying not to let that little bit of, I guess, metagame information inform what I'm about to do here, which is the more people you tell. So let's say that we accept the premise. I already kind of talked with Carly and told her, yeah, okay, I'll tell people. We'll say, like, who are the people who I'd want to tell? Who are the people I'd maybe hold back on it? Okay, so let's agree that we need to tell at least one person to honor our agreement with Carly. Clementine, it seems to make sense to come clean with her, and there's no reason to believe that she will react badly to it. I mean, she may react badly, but like no worse than any other time before, because we have been completely upfront with her this whole time. Kenny we're not on particularly good terms, so that might, there might be an argument to revealing that after the fact. Ben, we're kind of neutral with. We haven't been particularly mean to Ben, so I mean, that feels somewhat safe. And then Lily, of course, is really worried about trust issues. So it would make sense, of course, to tell, if I wanted absolute safety, Clementine and Kenny, or sorry, Clementine and Ben, and then withhold that from Kenny and Lily. The problem that I have with that strategy is the more people you tell, the more likely that it's going to come out involuntarily. So to me, it seems like it's a light switch, right? If Carly is feeling like people need to know, then the risk of her revealing that is higher. Now, again, I think she's doing it sort of, quote, for the greater good, and she wouldn't necessarily do that involuntarily, because I think she understands the impact that sort of the surprise will have on people. But the problem to me is that if you are going to agree to tell some people, the likelihood of it being revealed too early, I can't believe I keep doing this. I just really want to get together with Carly.
Hey, Carl.
Nothing. But yeah, so I think probably what I'm going to do is wind up telling everyone, but I know the game has already told me that there's going to be somebody who gets mad because of this. So.
Hey, Clementine.
Haley,
I killed a man.
What's that you're working on, Clem?
it's called a leaf rubbing. My teacher, Miss Moore, showed us how to do them when we went to the botanical garden once.
You're such a nerd, Clementine.
See, it's the same. Kind of.
Oh, that's really something.
I'll make one for you, too.
Do you like it here?
I don't like it here.
Do you want to leave?
Where are we going?
Somewhere else.
I don't know. Maybe if I knew where?
Yeah, that'd be a good thing to know. Clem, I need to talk to you for a second.
Okie dokie.
You're talking to me right now.
The day you and I met, I was in a car accident.
I remember. Your leg was bleeding.
The car I was in was a police car, and I was on my way to jail for committing a crime. I need to tell you now, because I don't want you to hear it any other way.
Okay.
Do you have anything to say?
I don't think so.
You can go on back to your things.
Clementine,
How's the drawing?
please tell me I'm a good person. I need this from you.
Good.
How's the drawing?
Good.
You're a good person, Lee.
How's the drawing?
Good.
Is that so hard to say?
How's the drawing?
Good.
What is my D&D alignment?
How's the drawing?
Good.
Excellent. Thank you, Clementine. I feel a lot better.
Hey, Ben.
What's up, Lee?
Did you ever come down here to Macon much?
I didn't have much reason to. My parents would let me take the car into the city on the weekend. But what's in Macon? It's kind of a waste of time compared to Atlanta.
I grew up in Macon.
Oh, I didn't mean to say it's crappy or anything.
Oh, but you did, Ben.
It's super nice. I mean, not now, but I bet it was.
Hey, Ben. Did you know that there's an opening for White House Communications Director?
What do you think about Lily?
She scares the crap out of me.
That's a reasonable thing to feel.
I'm just worried she's going to snap.
Hey, Ben, I need to tell you something.
Surely. Is it about my watch? I'm trying to do a good job.
You're doing fine. I was, on my way to prison before this.
Kenny, you're not listening,
Oh,
right?
Seriously? What, were you in for?
It's not important.
Oh.
Just, if you hear anything, it's probably true. And now you know.
See, I'm not sure
Thanks for
about...
trusting me, man.
Ben, relax.
Okay.
I'm not so sure about the option, or the fact that it doesn't give you the option to come clean in that moment. But now here's something that interests me, is you can talk to Katya from this screen. But if you get in close... Oh, no, you can talk to her here. It didn't seem like you had the option before, but... I'm going to talk to the milady first, because she's not of Kenny.
Hey, you two. How you doing?
We're okay.
Just having a little spat.
We all carry guns now, and I don't like it.
It's the way it's gotta be.
I know, but I'm not getting used to it. I'm sorry. How are you, Lee?
Convicted.
About the guns.
Don't you start.
I just wanted to say, Kat, it's probably good they make you uncomfortable.
Thank you, Lee.
But we need them. There's no doubt about that. Can I talk to you about something?
Sure. Is everything okay?
Everything is so okay, I'm going to take you away from your husband to talk to.
I was, on my way to prison 3 months ago. You've always looked at me with kind eyes. I wonder if you could still do that if you, knew I was a convicted felon.
My goodness, for what? How much trouble can a teacher get into?
Well, plenty. But it had nothing to do with that. It was for murder.
Why?
He and my wife,
That's enough. Tell me what happened when you were locked in the fridge at the dairy.
I was giving Larry CPR with Lily. Kenny came in from out of nowhere and put a stop to it.
What did he do?
He smashed his head in.
See, as bad as I feel about that, how the hell am I supposed to be honest with her about my past and then not tell her about Kenny? Hey, Kenny.
Hi, guys.
I think we have a few more things to talk about.
You guys, trust everyone here?
More or less. I obviously have my problems with Lily, but I don't distrust her.
Yeah, we can't turn on each other any more than we have.
Kenny, you got a second? I need to tell you something.
Yeah? What do you got?
It's serious.
Okay, should I sit down?
Come on. I was, on my way to prison 3 months ago.
No shit.
No shit.
Wasn't for touching kids, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Because we got two here.
I killed a guy in a fight.
Should I be worried there's anything else in your past that's gonna come out?
No.
Good. But you should know, if we gotta make numbers when it comes to a boat, this is gonna matter.
I mean, that could have been worse in terms of talking with Kenny about the boat. What was I going to say? So there's actually some really interesting information that was given there, right? Because there's been some ambiguity in terms of whether or not Lee committed the murder in the first place. This is the first time the idea of a fight was introduced. So presumably whoever it was, like the senator or whatever, possibly was getting violent. Although that's kind of hard to believe. That's kind of hard to believe that a senator would get violent in that situation. Anyways, but there's a little bit more context in terms of the circumstances. It's not just the affair.
It's Lily's room.
All right, time to get a bollocking.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
You're not Canadian
Give me
anymore.
hell or to coddle me.
wanted to follow up on what you said about stolen supplies.
Do you know what's going on?
I don't.
I stole them.
Just heard you mention it.
Things are missing, and I could use your help. There's a traitor. Somebody, one of us, out there. He or she or they have been taking things.
For real? Who? What do you got?
Yes, for real. And I don't have shit. I just know.
Lily.
Counts off, and it's the good stuff. Antibiotics, oxy, fuck, anything with opium in it.
I see the count, and it's fine.
I keep my own. That one's getting messed with. I'm a fucking mess right now, but I'm not stupid. I know what happens if I start a witch hunt.
So you want me to start one?
I want you to poke around.
What's there to go on?
I found this tossed into the garbage.
Huh.
We don't toss out equipment, we fix it. You'd only try to get rid of a flashlight if you were using it when you shouldn't.
Okay, I'll poke around a little bit.
Thank you.
I don't get the option to talk about.
Mystery.
Jesus, Doc.
I'm sorry. I heard you guys talking.
You need to unhear all of that.
Can I help?
What did I just say?
You're the Grace Detective, and I can be Dick Grayson, your ward.
More like Duck Grayson.
Yes, Robin.
I know who it is. You can... Don't tell anybody.
Secrecy.
I absolutely love the shifty eyes that Lee got.
I don't know. Go look around. Let me know if you find anything weird.
I'm on the case.
So, two candidates that I have. One, Carly, because she's very quiet and always, so she's always supportive, but in sort of like, how do I put this? In the sort of in that you do nudges in the background way to make sure that you put... Okay, so if any of you guys watch Secret Hitler, the way that I kind of put a few people in my pocket over that game. The other one would be potentially Katya because of the tradition, please don't advance the story.
Do you know anything about this flashlight?
It's broken.
I know it's broken.
And the batteries might be in backwards.
It uses just one.
Everything should. What was the question?
Did you break the flashlight?
No.
Okay. I'll talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later. What was I going to say? But yeah, obviously, I think Katya's supposed to be a vet rather than a proper nurse, but there's obviously it's a bit of a story in terms of sort of medical practitioners and substance abuse. So.
Do you guys know anything about this broken flashlight?
Fuck. We don't got many of those.
Yeah, it's a problem. The glass and the bulb are all busted out.
I saw some broken glass over by the ice machine. I meant to clean it up before the kids hurt themselves on it. I forgot, though.
I'll talk to you later.
So the reason I'm not doing the Lily dialogue is I don't particularly want to strain the relationship any further. They know where I stand on that, and
Find anything?
I need to tell you something.
Sure, go ahead. But if it's bad news, Maybe save it?
I was sent to prison before the plague.
Shit.
What?
Dad said there was something about you.
So you know.
I didn't know what to know.
Well, it's true, and I'm sorry.
He treated you like shit, knew who you were, and you tried to save his life. The last thing you need to do is apologize.
Thank you.
You killed a guy. So what? I bet he was a dick.
Well,
Just
it
like your
ruined my
dad.
life.
Good thing everyone else's got destroyed shortly thereafter, huh? Misery loves company.
All right, actually, that was not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. So, anyways, moving right along.
Have you seen anything weird on watch? Is there anybody out there up to anything?
Nope. Really quiet.
Really?
Yeah, totally. Which is good.
A flashlight was broken. Was it you?
No?
You're not in trouble if it was. I know you get nervous and maybe you went out to go to the bathroom, broke it, got word and tossed it.
What's with the third degree? I didn't break any flashlight.
Okay then. Talk to you later, Ben.
Bye.
I am definitely leaning Carly on this one.
There's
But
some broken glass on the ground there. There's something drawn there. Chalk.
Pink.
Doc.
A clue.
Maybe.
What do you think it is?
I don't think it's anything.
Maybe it's a sign.
It could be. It's pink chalk, which is weird.
Okay, back to investigating.
Hey, Clementine.
Haley.
Do, you have any pink chalk?
No, it's gone somewhere. Do you want blue?
No, it's okay.
Lee. I found something.
What is it?
I found this piece of pink chalk and a scuff of it over by the gate.
Really?
Totally. I was combing the scene for clues and...
Yeah, Duck, I got it. Good job.
you're going to grow up to be like Ben, Duck.
Cool.
That's probably my favorite Telltale moment.
More chalk. Somebody was over here, too.
See, I did good, huh?
Yeah, Duck, you did. I suppose I should go out there and look around. You stay here this time. Seriously.
Okay.
Good work, Lee. I'm only doing this to intimidate the suspect. To show them my strength.
Those bandits gave us hell. They've been quiet for days now.
Okay, I get it. So somebody's paying the bandits off with the drugs.
There's a grate down there.
So I think when we see the bag's gonna have this stuff, and we're gonna get attacked as a result of the deal being broken.
Son of a bitch.
You haven't come up with anything, have you?
I came up with this. It's got a bunch of meds in it. It was in a grate on the outside wall, and there's a sign on the other one.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, we line everybody up. Everybody. Somebody is killing us. Stealing from that supply is the same as slipping into your room at night and cutting your throat while you sleep.
Identical.
You die. What is the difference? What if Clementine gets sick and we don't have what we
Oh, for God's sake. Sorry, guys. The thing tabbed out.
need? What the hell?
You don't fucking steal
Jesus.
from us.
Who the fuck is that?
Y'all
We've
better
got our
get
people
your
out
asses
there.
out here. We ain't fucking around.
What do we do?
Oh,
Lily.
shit! They're gonna start kicking in doors any second.
Lily, what the hell are you?
Stall him.
What?
Just keep him talking. Do whatever it takes to stop him pulling the trigger.
You made the biggest mistake of your life.
Shit.
Enough of this bullshit. Drew, stop putting your boot to these doors. Yeah. Hold it, asshole.
Take it easy. Why are you doing this? Just leave us the fuck alone!
Why? This fucking guy. Why? Because we gotta. That's why.
What will it take to reach a deal?
About twice as much as you've been giving us.
You got it. Done.
Is that so? Well, I suppose we ought to hash out some terms then.
I don't like no hash.
Man, shut up or I'll... Christ!
Oh shit!
Shit.
Get back there! Smoke him out! We gotta get out of here!
No shit!
Get those bastards! Cover our people and get them to the RV!
I'm bad at this.
Go around, shit, the brains, he's back there!
Now! Get over here! Hurry!
Man, we saved our asses.
Get inside!
Behind the RV!
Help!
Gotcha! Hang on!
Where is he? He's hiding behind that van. Get your asses right behind him.
Gotcha! Hurry! Come on! Clint, get inside the RV! It's gonna be okay! Go!
Oh, Christ!
Lily, get in the RV!
Screw her! Let her stay!
Shit!
Lily, last chance! Get down here!
Shit!
Cat, Jesus, are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I'm sorry.
Everything's fine, Ben.
Everything's not fine. We need to figure out how this happened. We just lost everything.
Well, we're lucky as shit to have this RV.
And nobody died.
Cat's head is split
I'm
open.
fine.
Somebody in here caused this.
Settle down back there. The bandits have had our number for weeks.
This is different. Somebody was working with them. Whoever it was slipping them our meds. They didn't get their last package, so they attacked.
Calm down back there. That's nuts.
Lee found a bag of supplies hidden outside the wall.
It's true.
So, Carly, is there something you want to say?
Please,
We have to get it out of you then.
back off.
You're in no position to make demands.
Whoa, 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 you're just pointing fingers.
I didn't just come up with this. I've had my suspicions.
Probably not the best time, Lily.
Why her? This seems like a stab in the dark, Lily.
She's always so eager to see what supplies we found. She never talks about her family. She could be related to those bastards for all we
Whoa,
know.
my family's not a bunch of meth-riddled forest people. They're fucking Lutheran.
You're not saying it wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
Like, look, maybe we should vote or something like that.
Vote? What?
Just look. Carly's a stand-up gal, and maybe this was all just a mistake.
We need to look at the facts. Let's calm down, we'll eat, and we'll deal with it.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay?
Nobody was stealing anything.
Was it both of you?
What?
I've seen you two together. Was it both of you?
Look, just let me out. I didn't do it, but I don't like this. I don't like where it's headed.
Look me in the eyes and tell me you didn't have anything to do with it.
Lily, lay off of him.
Shit!
What's going on up there?
I hit something. We gotta stop.
All right, well, we can deal with this now then.
Kenny, is it safe?
Should be.
Everybody out.
Lily.
Out.
Well, does she line them up against the RV and shoot them? Just stick your hand under there. It's fine.
Kenny, the RV has some surface damage, but there's a walker trapped underneath.
God damn it. Everyone keep your eyes peeled.
You know what? We shouldn't just kick you out. We should hear what everybody thinks.
I think you should chill out.
I'm not gonna take this. You can push Ben around, but you can't push me around.
I'm not doing this.
Come on, Lee. You're the one who found them. You can't just abstain.
Fuck all that. This is nuts. We're out here on the side of the road.
Okay, fine then. Kenny?
I don't know. Fuck. Just stop, would you?
Well, your vote counts for you and Katja.
We don't need all these votes. What do I have to do for you to trust me? I'll do anything. I'll do watches for months.
Huh, the hell you will.
I'll get more food, more medicine, anything.
Stop panicking. Seriously, Ben. You need to stop and just take a breath.
Do we need any more evidence than this?
Fuck evidence. Stop treating him like this.
Shut up, Carly. Ugh, I've heard enough out of you. Kenny, what's it gonna be?
Just give me a damn minute.
Ben, you have until that walker is dealt with to tell me it was her and not you.
Stop this. You're torturing him.
No!
Ben!
Stop.
Lily, lay off.
I can't, Lee. You know I can't.
Thank you, Lee. Please, listen to him.
Please don't kick me out of the group.
We won't.
Tell me. Now.
There. I got him.
Please, let's just get back
That's
in the
not
RV.
happening.
You think you're some tough bitch, don't you? Like nothing can hurt you. But you're just a scared little girl. Get the fuck over it. Take a page from Lee's book and try helping somebody for once.
Now, what the fuck's the problem?
What?
Drop it.
Holy fuck.
Kenny, what's happening?
Keep duck away from the windows. Jesus Christ. Get in. We're leaving this crazy bitch.
She couldn't be trusted, Lee. I swear. Please.
You're not coming with us.
I'll die out here.
I don't care.
You're a murderer, Lily. We can't have you with us.
Murderer? Lee's killed before and I forgave him. You've killed before and I'll forgive you.
Bullshit,
We
you
both
will.
know we
You've
do.
been
It
planning
has
to
to
get
be
me this
done.
entire time.
I was trying to protect all of us. I don't have anything left.
Get in, Lee. Let's go, you guys.
They did a fantastic job of making me feel like a complete piece of shit for doing that. I slightly regret that decision, but I'm not entirely sure the equivalent.
A word, please.
I'm not entirely sure the equivalence with what happened with her dad and Lee holds. But I think.
What's up? Is Duck feeling all right? What the fuck?
Happened during the raid.
What's the plan? We've never had a bite victim in the group before.
I'm going to keep an eye on him and see what I can do from a medical perspective.
We keep the same plan unless something changes. East.
Guys.
What else is there to do? We thought you should know.
Important to stay honest with each other.
Anyway, if you could tell Clementine, we would appreciate it.
But yeah, I mean, the biggest one for me is that I think there is still something to be said. So the only thing I don't really like is sort of the frontier justice idea of you get left behind. I sort of wish that there was a middle way, although I always tend to go the middle way, which is kind of a crappy way of doing it. But I think if somebody is like, so the biggest thing is that one, theft is something, and it seems to me that if somebody makes so the biggest thing is that there have been decisions that everybody has made that potentially cost lives, up to and including the one that I had in terms of shooting the woman rather than go on. So actually, I think the thing I'm most uncomfortable with is the fact that it's execution by walkers rather than some other alternative. I think in reality it would just be, it's like, look, we're taking you with us up to this point, but you're not going any further with us. But in the case of somebody, even if, as Uncle Elias says, like, even if it's an emotionally charged moment, the fact of the matter is that if somebody decides for a vigilante justice call, right, something that is, you were dealing with bandits in what is a completely understandable way, protection, I'm now going to decide on the part of the group who lives and who dies. That is not somebody you can keep around. So I feel really shitty about the choice, but I'm not entirely sure that it was the wrong one.
Duck is bitten.
Huh?
He got bit by a walker trying to escape the motel.
I don't feel good.
Did you get
What
bitten
about
too?
Carly?
Gone, but won't come back.
Because she was shot in the head.
That's right. It's horrible.
Yeah, it is.
I miss my parents.
Me too.
I know. My mom played the tuba.
Really?
She was a really small lady. It was strange. This one time my brother thought it would be funny to fill a tuba full of flour on April Fool's Day. And that same day, she thought it'd be funny to wake me up for school by playing it right in my face.
What happened?
Just about what you'd expect.
That's funny.
Yeah. I don't know why I remembered that.
Fuck! What happened? Holy shit! Get off of me!
This has to be a dream, yeah.
We got something up ahead.
I really like that moment. I'll wait until the game has a break, but I'll talk a little bit about the build to
Road's
it.
blocked. Now we gotta deal with this.
Is there any way to get around it?
Doesn't look like it. On foot, maybe. Can't really afford to do that now.
This seems like a safe area. All this brush will stop anything from creeping up on us.
Why don't you and I go look around?
Yeah, everyone else relax. Clem, stay close to Kenny and Kat, okay?
Lee, if you come across anything to drink, if there's a dining car or something, I think Duck's a bit dehydrated.
It's a freighter, Be careful in there.
What? You think there might be something dangerous inside an abandoned locomotive? Hadn't crossed my mind.
So, one thing I really liked about that little sequence, obviously there's a really intense moment in losing one, potentially two group members, and losing it to sort of the fracturing of nerves and sort of the allegiances in the group. And I mean, in the end, like, I think one thing that's really strong in terms of how the game works for sort of just the emotional ride that it takes you on, like, no matter what your decision is, you definitely feel like an injustice has sort of been performed. Or to my mind, like, even if you decide to keep Lily, even if you think that, you know, Carly made the wrong call, I'm still not entirely sure anybody's really comfortable with the idea that somebody's taken out the side of the, you know, the RV and shot in the heat of the moment. And then, you know, you have the revelation that Duck's been bitten. And so to have these nice little moments with Clementine, and especially with a little bit of humor, like that tuba story is funny. It does a really nice job. It's a nice little tension of sort of, you know, giving you something really tough, catching you in that moment when you want to have something a little relaxing, and then giving you a nice little heartfelt scene. I really like that moment.
How's Duck?
I don't know. Tired. Which could mean a lot of things, right?
Yeah. His body's probably fighting whatever's in it.
Exactly.
Would you have left Lily back there? On the side of the road like that?
Yes, Lee.
Yeah?
We have to have lines. Yes, I would have left her.
Okay, then.
I'm curious if she gives you the same answer.
Has Clementine said anything to you about Carly or Duck or anything? I'm worried about her.
Hey, German side. Thank you very much for the bits.
That little girl is a puzzle.
Yeah.
I'll wait till the dialogue and I'll answer.
Poor Carly. God, where did yesterday go?
I don't know.
Are you okay? I know you were fond of her.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
I do.
Don't. I liked her, but she's gone now.
I'm sorry, Lee.
Anyway, let me know if anything changes here.
So, German side, for this episode, I left Lily by the side of the road and felt like a complete heel for doing so. I shot the woman at the beginning, to Kenny's dismay. I was honest with the group about my criminal past, and I think those are the only decisions that I get to make. In terms of more general things with the game, the main overriding kind of priorities that I have is that I felt that I need to be comforting but honest with Clementine. So if somebody is dead, she will know that they are dead, but it'll be in like a sensitive way. If she's scared of something, I won't scold her. But basically the idea is to, not fall into the trap. I think when dealing with kids, whether they're game kids or whether they're real life kids, I think a lot of people fall into a trap of assuming that they are stupid. And in one sense they are, but I also think kids are very good at identifying when something either doesn't make sense or when people are not being honest with them. So I've tried to take that in. And I mean, there's obviously the relationship that you have, between Lee and Clem. So I think that's the more appropriate decision to make. I've generally been quite hard on Kenny, but I also think that's been whenever it's justified. So again, if he has behaved in a cowardly way, I don't really have a problem telling him that. And it just happens to be the dialogue options I think are the most appropriate in the moment. So if you have specific questions, I can answer them as best as I can.
It's fine. Radiator could use a rest as it is.
Hey, Sweet Pea, you okay out here?
I don't think Duck feels good.
Me neither. What would you have done with Lily?
I don't know. Left her? I've never seen anybody kill someone like that before.
Yeah, you've seen a bunch of other stuff by now.
Yeah, but not like that.
You, happy you stayed with us all this time?
Yeah.
Really?
It's with you guys or dead. I would have died out there in the woods, just like my classmates.
You think this is better?
Yeah, of course.
Was it you?
Not this again.
Was it?
No!
Okay then.
Hey Ben, I got another question. It was you, right?
The door to the boxcar.
I also don't think it's bad to ask somebody after a moment like that, to be honest, but...
Whoa.
Somebody's been living in here.
Yeah, man. Shit, think they're gone?
I hope so, but this looks recently used. Be on the lookout and have your guard up.
I would trust Ben with my life, wouldn't you, chat?
Looks unopened. I'll take this to Katja for Duck. A clipboard. A map of where the train goes. I think these tracks might lead to the coast. Route 27, Savannah. That's where Kenny's got us headed.
maybe we can turn the train on and recreate the scene at the start of the episode. Hey, Ben. Was it you?
Might be something inside.
Astute observation, Lee.
A switch. Nothing.
He acts like you and you don't trust. See, this is one of the things, like,
Might be something inside.
for the game, I think the existence of Ben... So there's a couple of reasons why I like the existence of Ben in this game. Because it feels like... So generally, when people either do the zombie survival, fantasy, or they talk about decisions made in the game, it's normally kind of this like Lord of the Flies sort of cull the weak first idea. And one of the decisions I've tried to make in the game is to have a priority of preserving life, right? Of kind of keeping the norms that we tend to keep sort of throughout our day-to-day experience. Which is, you don't solve problems by exterminating people, basically. And so I think the purpose of having a character like Ben in the game is to give people that, I mean, maybe some people don't find a moral dilemma, but like basically to keep that moral dilemma inside. To have a character that people might potentially want to cull because they don't contribute a whole lot. And to basically let people say, it's like, well, what kind of a story do you want to say? Is Lee the kind of person who's just going to be like, yeah, you know what? You weren't carrying your weight, you're out. Or if it's the idea that, if you want to try and preserve something that's been lost in, in the world after whatever caused the zombies to come out. I don't know what the story is for Walking Dead and why there are zombies walking around. But if you want to try and preserve something of what was before, that means having to find a place for people who may not necessarily be as obviously helpful as you would maybe want them to be. Hello, Booty Snagglers. I didn't know there was school on Friday.
That'll crack a skull just fine.
Is that the first thing you think, Lee?
Nice. Rusted shut, but nice and heavy. Might be something inside.
I know! I have not played through this before. No, this is my first time. I'm also taking my sweet time doing it, but that's, I think, par for the course.
Might be something inside.
I know! I mean, it is worth mentioning, Booty Snaggler. So, some people have... German side, I've never played Walking Dead before. I mean, I can't say it's a blind playthrough because I have seen Jess play parts of this game before, and I've seen her play parts of Walking Dead 2. So, like, I had a rough idea that certain characters wouldn't make it by their conspicuous absence in the second game. I know what the ending for this game is, for instance. But a lot of the intermediate decisions between like the beginning of episode 1 and the final moments of, I don't even know how many episodes there are. They're like, those are news to me. And I think for me, that's usually where the surprise comes from, right? So like, again, I know how the game ends, but the fact that I don't know when that ending is coming, and I don't know what leads up to it, right? I genuinely do not know what lead to the circumstances that cause that like really emotional ending. So that it's just as interesting for me to take the ride knowing where it's going. So,
Shit. We got one. Walker, sitting in the chair. We got him.
do I have to?
Suppose we ought to look him over.
Yeah.
Two seasons with a third?
I don't think this guy came back.
Christ. That light is blinking.
Push it.
Push it?
Why not?
Are you fucking serious?
Here, look.
God damn it, Ben.
It's just the brakes.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
This fucker works?
Seems like it.
I'll be damned. How the hell do we get it moving?
I don't know. That's Mr. Amtrak over here.
No clue.
We found this in the boxcar back there.
Whoa, is this what it looks like?
I think so.
This hoss will take us right to Savannah. 100 tons of steel. Put 1,000 walkers between us and the ocean, and we don't have to give a shit. I can't believe it.
Just have to figure out how to get it started.
I'm sure we can figure it out. How tough could it be?
No idea, but we'll find out.
That's the spirit. Ben, if you could keep an eye on the girls and Duck, I'd appreciate it. I'm gonna make sense of these controls.
That's right, Ben. We are entrusting people's lives to
Exactly
you.
what we need.
Yeah, so I know I think the yeah, that would have been Uncle Elias. So like I know they stopped the convenient sort of like numbering scheme. So like as far as I can tell, there's Walking Dead season 1 and season 2. I think 400 Days is supposed to be like an intermediate story between seasons 1 and 2. Then there was Michonne. Then there's New Frontier. Now that seems to at least have Clementine in part of it. I don't know if she was in Michonne or 400 Days though. And then I heard that a new season comes out, which is basically the finale. Or at least the finale of the story that we've kind of come to know. But again, like I've only ever seen parts of 1 and 2 played. I've seen like a bit of an introduction for New Frontier. I've seen nothing of Michonne, and I think I saw like maybe 2 minutes of 400 Days. Just again, completely out of context. It was basically just some dialogue about something I didn't know was going on. So
Shit, this is it. Instructions on starting the engine.
hey, maybe we can learn the leaf rubbing thing from.
Let's see the indentations from the writing.
I bet Clementine told us something earlier on in the game that we can like.
Ew. It's a bunch of papers. A bunch of maps.
Hello,
about
Blues
Georgia
Age
cities.
4111.
On the train.
Yeah, so like my understanding of it was that that it was sort of like it was like kind of a build up. Like it wasn't required for the story, but it kind of gave you what you needed to know about the the game. I don't know. I'll play it. I'll maybe try and find out where it is in the timeline. But if I will eventually do at least season 2, and because I have 400 days, I might as well do that as well. All right, so I'm going to assume I have to talk to. Well, it would make sense if they made me talk to Clementine to get a pencil.
I have no idea what to do with these. Hey, Kent.
What's up?
I don't know about leaving Lily back there. Abandoning someone on the side of the road is the same as murder.
Don't worry about it. We just would have had to deal with her eventually.
Not a problem at all, Blues Age 411. Have you come from Elkanu's channel by any chance? And Booty Snagglers, I have seen very little of season 2. I've seen a scene with a dog, basically. So it'd be safe to say I know more about season 1 than I know about season 2. And even then, season 1, I basically know the start and I know the end. Everything at this train moment on, I think the only other thing I know about this episode up to the end is the fact that we cut Clementine's hair at some point on this train.
You want to talk about that? I'm really sorry, Kenny. Nobody deserves this.
There's nothing to talk about. You heard Cat. He could be fine.
We probably shouldn't ignore it.
Nobody's ignoring nothing. I'm not worried. You shouldn't be either.
God, we need some help getting this train going.
People take notes, right, when working on stuff like this? We're smart guys. We can figure it out.
I'll get back to it.
Me too.
I like how obvious the game is being about a puzzle that I've already solved. That's wonderful, Blues Age. Elkanu is a very good friend of the stream. And the funny thing is, I practice my French with Elkanu. So if I'm unclear on something, just ask. I am very happy to repeat. And if you'd just like to sit down and watch the show instead, I understand. And I'm very happy to have you here. I hope you enjoy yourself. By the way, I noticed Kite260. I don't know if you're in chat, but I did notice that you retweeted the cast. So if you are here, thank you very much. I hope you're well. It's been a while since I've had a chance to chat with you, but I hope everything's working out for you and you're feeling better.
There's a notepad on the train. Do you have any pencils or anything in your pack?
No, I wish. Maybe in the RV. What do you need it for?
There used to be something written on the notepad that I need to know about.
Well, if you're not using it, I'd take it. I'm out of paper, and there's all sorts of new leaves around here.
Here, found some water.
Oh, thank you. Perfect. He's allergic to bees.
Is that right?
It's all I can keep thinking about. Like, somehow that matters.
It doesn't.
I know. Well, I don't, but you're probably right.
I understand Blues Age. For what it's worth, mon français très mauvais. And the challenge is, even though I sort of know what I said, I'm not sure if I use the correct words, because I'm not very good at describing. I don't know quite the difference between saying something is bad as in immoral, or je ne parle pas le français or something like that. So I sort of, I understand enough to sort of, I know enough to reach for sometimes, I know to sometimes reach for the appropriate words. So I have a great respect for anybody who understands. But I'm very happy that you're here. Thank you.
We found a notebook that we think might have had some starter directions on it, but the page is missing.
Well, I'm sure you guys will figure it out.
Well, one thing that's funny, Booty Snagglers, so English is marked by a number of French words, and this comes from the Norman conquests of England. And I've always had, I don't know if this is true or not, but I've always had an imagination in terms of the specific reasons why some French words exist in English. And if you think that the people who, if you think of people who would be the nobility, the French in England at that important time, you know, they would be the people in charge, and they would be, you know, the people who would sort of have all the things. And if you think about English, and if you think of a fancy word for something, it's usually in French, right? So, you know, normal people live in a house. Rich people live in a maison or a mansion, right? Even in some cases, like, you know, you and I go to the movies when we watch Transformers, but maybe we'll go to the cinema if we, you know, if we're watching something classy. Obviously, movies and cinema wouldn't exist at the time of the Norman conquest, but there's a little bit of a convention, right, that sometimes the fancier way of saying something is the French word. And I always like to imagine the reason for that is you have kind of a pair of like peasants, you know, working the land, and some guy on horseback rides by, and it's, you know, the owner of the land, and they're looking at each other, and it's like, oh, there goes the Lord on the way to his maison. And that's why we call a rich person's house a mansion. Again, I have no firmer justification for believing that, other than I think that's a wonderful story, and I hope it's true.
A pencil, sharpened too.
By the way, I'm sorry, guys. I don't talk more on games like this, but I really don't like talking over the dialogue. Sometimes, I think the worst one for me is that the moments that the games give me for sort of interaction are sometimes not the moments I want to talk. So I'm trying to balance that a little bit better. Louis Sangler says you could try taking it up again, but you'd rather buy a keyboard and compose and maybe sell original pieces. I mean, it's, I have an incentive to learn French because in Canada, it's a bilingual nation. And so because I work for the government, it is a good way to advance your position. And more importantly, there is something, it's something about understanding Canadian history. Canadian history is a combination of the First Nations who were here, then French settlement and English settlement. And it's, you know, it's true that, you know, with the 7 Years' War, Canada did take possession of the French colonies, but that doesn't mean that, you know, you force the French to completely assimilate. The culture is enriched by having this heritage that is sort of spawned from three, sort of the mingling of these three ideas. And so for me, I feel like I would understand my country quite a bit better, and I would understand its history quite a bit better if I could understand not just academically, the people who had an important role in founding it, but sort of understanding the language. Because there's really, I mean, so there's Samuel de Champlain, the explorer. There is Jean Talon, who was sort of somebody who was put in place to govern. You could take Colbert from France, who sort of was responsible for sort of assigning Colbert. There's a lot of very important French history, which is maybe appreciated less because it's very concentrated in Quebec now. And yet I feel it's essential to understanding Canada fully.
Perfect.
You can read it now?
Yeah, should be able to just follow the steps to get the engine on.
Sounds good.
Oh, God. It's going to make me do it all. All right. Yep. Just want to do the... All right, so I think the first two have to be down, and then up, 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 down, up.
Son of a bitch! Whatever you did lit the dash up.
I'm
So far, so good.
smart. All right. There we go. Which was it again? Side and up.
Now we're talking.
Nine to the left and then to the right. Is 9 outside? More musically adept than you are anything else. In fact, the writing you understand best is indeed music. Plus, it's written or interpreted in most parts of the world. Once upon a time, music was just a bunch of random notes. People didn't know the idea of chords and harmonies. The noise you could produce was something magical to us. I mean, even the idea of writing down music is a fascinating one, right? Like if you think about music on its own and your first experience with music. It's maybe not so obvious that you
Holy shit! We're golden!
Yeah, we are. Golden. Man, feels good.
Just 1 second, guys.
Let's fucking enjoy this. Mom, let's see if she'll move.
But yeah, so just a simple idea of taking sound and something that's an immediate experience and translating that into something that's written down and can be repeated is interesting. And then, as you say, right, like it is a more systematic way of looking at it. So you have to learn it in the first place, but once you do learn it, then it's mostly going to be the same. Although regions have their own. So there's obviously the Greek modes, and I mean obviously music from different regions. Not everybody likes bagpipes, not everybody likes Chinese opera, but you're right. Like it can definitely be translated in those terms. And I've heard, I've actually heard that Blues Age. One of my friends in university was from Paris, And so we got to talk quite a bit about French. French is spoken in Canada or in France. For you, and the Frenchies, it's fun to listen to because it's so strange. Canadian history is very nuanced. The first people in the French colonization, English conquest, and after independence. Actually, I can say too, I always like to play around with El Canu, and whenever I walk in saying, sacre bleu, which I know is not said by any real French people, it's about as frequently used as the word tarnation in Texas, but it's still a lot of fun to say, so I'm very good at...
You heard or seen anything out here?
No sign of whatever lives in the train.
Keep it down, I don't want you scaring the kids.
I'm very good at ridiculous French.
I better get back to it.
Give Clementine the pencil, you promised her.
Hey, Sweet Pea, you okay out here?
I don't think Duck feels good.
Me neither.
Tarnation is Oklahoman. I guess Yosemite Sam uses tarnation.
It's all yours.
Oh, thanks, Kenny.
That's the throttle.
Damn it. Of course, we're still attached. Can you go find out where we're stuck and get us unstuck?
Yeah. Hey, Ken.
What's up?
I can't get us free. Any ideas?
You're asking me? What do I know about a train?
More than me.
Sorry, man.
All right, then.
Yep.
That's one hell of a mess.
Yeah, and I mean, Booty Snagglers, if you think of it too, like even I think this is still a common introduction to music for children, but Peter and the Wolf is such a great example. I mean, it may be a simplified one, but I think it's a really good way of sort of introducing to people how music can.
Looks like it'll get that pin out.
It's a great example of how sort of music can sort of convey meaning, right? Like, I don't think anybody really has any questions as to what each instrument means. And then once you go from something like Peter and the Wolf up to your favorite music, and I mean, this could be everything from El Canu, thank you so much. Have a good night. I'm sorry, I know I didn't make a lot of progress in the game tonight, but as always, I'm very happy to see you here. And as you can see, Blues Age found this channel because of you, so I really appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, whether you like Nine Inch Nails or whether you like, you know, just very standard classical, like, you know, you could take a Gershwin or a Ravel or Bach, like, you know, the fundamentals that you'll learn from something simple like Peter and the Wolf, to wherever you go, most good music tends to have something that will bring you back to it, and some I don't want to call it a hook, because I know that's a term that's otherwise used, but it's interesting. I still like listening to that. Maybe I just really like Peter and the Wolf.
Broken. That's definitely what's got us stuck. There's gotta be a better way to do this.
I'm assuming I have the wrong tool, but yep, never mind.
There. Hey, Kenny, we're loose.
Blues Age, thank you very much for that follow.
get in over there.
You touch any of my stuff?
I took the map of the train routes.
That's fine. You can have that.
Really?
Yeah. I got them all right up here. I guess it's no worse for wear. Name's Chuck. Charles, if you fancy.
Lee.
That your crew outside?
Yeah.
And the guy up in the cab?
Him too.
I saw you walking through here and thought about scaring the pants off you.
What?
But I couldn't force myself to do it.
You're still kind of freaking me out.
Trained folk will do that. Already met everyone outside. They all warmed to me right quick in direct sunlight.
You met Chuck.
Yeah, I did.
It's so nice to meet someone normal for a change.
Chuck ain't normal.
Candy. Ben too.
You have candy.
Boy got the last piece he got on me.
Figures. You met Kenny?
Sure did. Man shares my love of the road.
That's for certain.
I'm awful sorry your son's not feeling good.
I appreciate your concern.
Well, with a little TLC, I'm sure he'll be fit as a fiddle in no time. And I can offer y'all whatever I got, although it ain't much.
Thank you. We'd like to do the same.
Why don't we hold off on...
Stay with us. We'd like the company.
How you doing, Ben?
I'm watching the girls and not working on a mega cool train. What do you think?
Tired of your attitude, Ben. We're leaving you behind.
I better get back to it. Hey, Chuck.
Howdy.
Where are you from? You live around here?
Georgia boy. You saw where I live.
Why are you alone?
Why not? Seem to be doing all right.
Fine, then.
I'm sorry. I do like being around y'all, actually. It's nice.
You caught us on a bad day.
You still got a couple of kids. And this one's got a good spirit. That's some kind of something.
I'll talk to you later.
Hope so.
Hey, sweet pea. That candy Chuck gave you. It taste okay?
It was really good.
No funny aftertaste?
No.
Train's cool, huh?
I guess. Scary, kind of.
Scary because it'll take you away from your parents. I'm assuming at some point it's going to come up the fact that we are not waiting for
that's
mom
it?
and dad
We're
at
cut
home.
loose?
Seems that way, yeah.
Great. We don't got much left, so just gather whatever you have. Let's go. Want to ride?
Well, it sounds like you're taking my home.
That's a yes, then?
Haven't found anything better for keeping the creepy crawlies out than that boxcar.
Duck's sick.
Get on the train, Clementine.
I will answer that in a second, Blues Age, just when there isn't dialogue in the game.
We can keep going if you want.
Damn right I won't. That's what we're doing.
I think Lee just wants to talk it through.
It's talked through. Get on, Cat. I'll be up front. I don't want to hear any nonsense until we get where we're going.
So Blues Age, on Mondays I will always play a Paradox Grand Strategy game. So right now we have been playing Stellaris, though we sometimes play Crusader Kings 2 or Hearts of Iron 4. Usually on Wednesdays and Fridays I'm a little bit more free with what I play. I have been doing some more Walking Dead lately, but some other games that we've played recently would be Assassin's Creed Unity, Sunless Sea I think we'll be getting back to. I know one game that El Canu plays that I've played a bit of is Tyranny, but we also do some classic games. So on Mondays and Fridays I usually will do, I'll usually do a few different ones, but usually if I do a series like this, I try to complete it. And Mondays I'm always going to do the game, or the hours. So normally I start anywhere between 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern time. And I usually cast for about 4 hours. But if I start late, sometimes it'll be a 3-hour cast. And if I think I'm not going to be able to make it, or if I do another stream, like one outside of those hours, I usually try and announce that on Twitter as soon as I know.
Gotta be hard on you, eh? 3 adults, taking care of 3 kids. No disrespect, son.
There were more of us.
Dad, get him.
Oh, crap. I didn't see the dialogue.
Lee, I need you right now. I need you to go get Ken.
What's it?
Would you get that off his face? My hands are full here.
My child and I, why are you keeping... Oh, are you talking about Duck?
Thank you. Could you just get that off his face, please? He's out of time. We need to stop this train.
Okay.
Please.
I don't know. Actually, I'm sorry to do this, guys. I am going to go to the main menu just so I can redo that dialogue option, because I was completely lost in chat at the moment. So I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it'll go too far back. All right, maybe further than I was expecting, but...
You touch any of my stuff?
I took the map of the train routes.
That's fine, you can have that.
Really?
Yeah, I got 'em all right up here. I guess it's no worse for wear. Name's Chuck. Charles, if you fancy.
Lee.
That your crew outside?
Yeah.
And the guy up in the cab?
Him too.
I saw you walking through here and thought about scaring the pants off you.
What?
But I couldn't force myself to do it.
You're still kind of freaking me out.
Trained folk will do that. Already met everyone outside. They all warmed to me right quick in direct sunlight.
You met Chuck.
Yeah, I did.
It's so nice to meet someone normal for a change.
He gave us candy. Ben too.
You have candy?
Boy got the last piece he got on me.
Figures.
Yes. Blues Age.
Sure did. Man shares my love of the road.
That's for certain.
I live in Ottawa, so
Awful sorry your son's not
I'm close to Toronto and New York would probably be the big ones.
Well, with a little TLC, I'm sure he'll be fit as a fiddle in no time. And I can offer y'all whatever I got, although it ain't much.
Thank you. We'd like to do the same.
Why don't we hold off on...
Stay with
Oh,
us.
see, Duck's already gone. That's all good. Duck was imaginary the whole time.
How you doing, Ben?
I'm watching the girls and not working on a mega cool train. What do you think?
I better get back to it.
Oh, Duck's back.
Hey, Chuck.
Howdy.
Where you from? You live around here?
Georgia boy, you saw where I live.
Why are you alone?
Why not? Seem to be doing all right.
Fine, then.
I'm sorry. I do like being around y'all, actually. It's nice.
You caught us on a bad day.
You still got a couple of kids, and this one's got a good spirit. That's some kind of something.
I'll talk to you later.
Hope so.
Hey, sweet pea. That candy Chuck gave you. It taste okay?
It was really good.
No funny aftertaste?
No.
I love the fact these characters say the most offensive things in earshot of the other ones.
I guess. Scary, kind of.
So that's it? We're cut loose?
Seems that way, yeah.
Great. We don't got much left, so just gather whatever you have. Let's go. Wanna ride?
Well, it sounds like you're taking my home.
That's a yes, then?
Haven't found anything better for keeping the creepy crawlies out than that boxcar.
Duck's sick.
Get on the train, Clementine.
He's getting sicker.
Let me look at him.
We can keep going if you want.
Damn right I won't. That's what we're doing.
I think Lee just wants to talk it through.
It's talked through. Get on, Cat. I'll be up front. I don't want to hear any nonsense until we get where we're going.
Gotta be hard on you, eh? 3 adults taking care of 3 kids. No disrespect, son.
There were more of us.
Dad get him?
Yes.
Oh, it's a shame.
Lee! Lee, I need you right now. I need you to go get Ken.
What's up?
Would you get that off his face? My hands are full here.
All right. Yeah. So it turns out that wasn't that big of a deal if I.
Get that off his face, please.
And then he comes out to bite me.
He's out of time. We need to stop this train.
Okay.
Please.
You need to stop the train. Katjaa needs you, Kenny.
Duck will be fine.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't talk like that right now.
Go back there and tell my wife everything will be fine. What is the goddamn deal? He's a little sick, but we can't just quit. It's a scratch. He's not like the others. Jesus, all y'all are just making it worse.
This isn't about Duck.
It's not about my son dying. What the hell do you know? You're not my friend.
I don't hate you.
You sure as shit haven't done anything for me. You're an asshole, you know? You just say shit and then stand there. What do you know about a dead son? Nothing! Now get the fuck out of here!
Hey! Damn it, Kenny, open this door!
I'm assuming this is another nightmare. Oh! That's really funny. So apparently if you screw up the conversation with Kenny, everyone dies.
You need to stop.
That is really funny. So man, I'm just trying to think about how to... So the light touch didn't seem to work.
Duck's just about gone back there, man.
Don't feed me that bullshit. He'll be fine.
He won't be. He's going, Kenny.
What is the goddamn deal? He's a little sick, but we can't just quit. It's a scratch. He's not like the others. Jesus, all y'all are just making it worse.
Stop the train. Stop it, goddammit!
Fuck you, Lee.
You're gonna listen.
Or what?
Calm down and...
How the fuck do you calm down after a day like today?
By talking to your friend. How many sons are you gonna let die?
Shut your mouth! Just leave me the fuck alone!
I just want to talk.
Doc doesn't need you.
Can I talk this? Let's talk this
You
through.
don't even have a child. You don't know what this is like. You fucker! You're not helping my family. You're not helping Clementine. You're not helping anybody.
Just get it out of your system.
what to do.
Stop the train.
Okay.
I'm curious if there's a way to do that that doesn't involve him kicking your ass.
Again, I think it's time.
The boy's been bit, in case you haven't figured that out.
Select your pistol, then select the sun.
Take as long as you need.
There ain't no time left to take. What are we gonna do?
We can't allow him to become one of those things.
But what if he doesn't?
Kenny, I love you very much. I love our son more than life itself.
But you need to get the salt
I need
lick.
you to hear me. What you are saying, that he may not turn, is foolish.
But
No.
there's... Come on, Cat.
If you think of one, you let me know.
Isn't there some sort of pill or something we can just give him?
Stop it.
Just drift off to sleep. Right, hun? I mean, Jesus, this is our son.
I know, but we know it's here or nothing.
Fuck. Just who, then? You want me to?
You don't have to.
I'll do it.
No, you don't have to.
God, fuck. I can. I can do this.
I'll do it.
No, it should be apparent.
No parent should have to do something like this.
He's right, Cat. We can say our goodbyes and just let that be it.
I don't know. Lee, you'd be doing this family a great service. Why don't we take him into the forest, so Clementine doesn't have to see?
Yeah.
Give us a moment to say goodbye.
Of course.
I wonder if I get to play a mini game where I throw Duck up in the air and like use him as like a clay pigeon. Sorry. I don't handle sadness well.
What's happening?
That's a really great choice to put the gun in the frame that way.
Duck is dying.
I know.
Duck hunt.
Really.
I'm putting him out of his misery.
Oh.
Yeah. Look, Clem. Things are... What the?
No!
Ben, take Clementine into the train. Go. It'll be fine.
Blues Age, no, Clementine is just his friend. Clementine is a little girl that we found when we found out about the zombie outbreak.
Cat! Cat! Gotcha! Why? Cat? Honey? Oh, fucking God!
What the hell happened? What did you...
She couldn't... She just... Oh, fuck!
What do we do? Give me the gun, kid. I'll do it.
Oh man, Kenny, I didn't mean you to watch. Yes, I mean I like the fact that they that you as the player need to pull the trigger. I think the interactivity in points like that I think is kind of important. But the one thing I will say with the Kachu choice, it is one of the out of the options that people have made in that game, that is one of the I think that's one of my least favorite decisions that somebody has made in this game. Even Lily shooting Carly has its own sort of justification and sort of its point of understanding in the context of this story. And Katja's decision to kill herself in front of her husband before...
You understand what happened?
Yes.
Okay. What are you thinking about?
What Chuck said.
What Chuck say?
That what happened to Duck would happen to me.
The fuck he did?
Swear.
Jesus.
Took some sense into him.
Don't be mad.
Hey.
How you doing?
Say it to me, asshole. What you said to my girl.
Excuse me, son?
Telling the little girl she's gonna die. You wanna scare people, scare me. Fucker.
Okie dokie. She's gonna die.
Son of a bitch.
How was that?
How about I throw your sorry ass off this fucking train?
Now we're both scared. I don't know much about you folks, but I can tell you as sure as the sun's gonna come up tomorrow that y'all keep going on like this, and that girl ain't gonna make it.
What do you know?
I'll tell you, as long as you don't toss me over the rail. I know that you don't have a goddamn plan. We get to Savannah, and then what?
We do what's best for Clementine.
Oh, well then, you do have it all figured out. Never mind. Look, sit down with the girl and hash it out. Find a map, for Christ's sake. I'd give you one if I had it. And if something were to happen to you...
It won't.
If it were, you gotta prepare the girl. Teach her to use a weapon, and for criminy, cut that hair.
She's a little girl.
And she'll die a little girl if you treat her like one. You gotta consider her a living person. That's it. You're either living or you're not. You ain't little, you ain't a girl, you ain't a boy. You ain't strong or smart. You're alive. Look at her hair. You got her running around with a mop that's gonna act like Velcro to any hand swinging its way. Find some scissors in my pack and take care of that hair before a walker does it for you. And then show her how to use a gun. Because like it or not, that's what saves your life from here on out. I don't mean to tell you how to do your job, but too many people have died already.
They have.
And seeing another little girl die might just do me in.
I hear you. A plan, a haircut, and a gun. It's good advice.
It's something.
You have any family?
Out there, somewhere. Been sort of on my own for the past, 14 years now.
Sorry to hear that.
No one to blame.
Where are you headed?
That way?
I mean when we get to Savannah.
Got a few ideas. We'll have a talk when we get there about whether or not you folks want company.
I shot the kid, you know.
I suppose someone had to.
What a mess.
You said it.
You're homeless then?
Suppose. I've had homes here and there, and well, they just don't work out. I like a drink, you know?
Yeah.
Got any?
No.
Darn.
You safe up here?
You betcha.
Oh, that's really funny. Blues Angel. So, Booty Snaggers, to your thing about zombie infestation, I mean, the challenge here is that it's a fictional creature, right? So it follows whatever rules the writers want it to. It would seem to me that if something is sort of capable of living past death, the fact that it has an appetite, the fact that it needs to eat, doesn't necessarily mean that it does so in order to perpetuate itself. So I suppose you could ask a question of what is the force that animates it, right? If it's something about, metabolism, the ability to turn food into energy and sort of maintain you, then yeah, then they need to eat, and if they don't, then everything dies out. But I mean, let's face it, most of the time these are supernatural stories, and so if you can animate, something that's dead, then the logistics of how it eats, isn't as clear.
It's full of maps and documents. It's full of maps and documents. Mind if I get by you for a second, Kenny?
Can you just leave me alone?
Hey, Kenny, I'm gonna bug you till.
Hey. It'll be good to get to the water.
You still want to get a boat?
It's still the best plan.
Ken.
It's the best plan.
So the thing I was going to say about Katya, so the funny thing about like Lily's choice, it's the one that I had a major disagreement with, but it has its own internal logic behind it. Katya's decision, before they lose their son and in front of her husband, decides to saddle her husband with both the death of their son and her taking her own life in front of him. And that is a level of selfishness that I can't quite comprehend. And certainly I understand that suicide is a personal and very tragic choice, but it's one of those cases where I really feel that there's a tremendous injustice that's been done to someone. So.
Hey.
Yeah?
Are there any maps up here?
I don't know.
I just want to look over one with Clem so she has a lay of the land once we get to Savannah. I wanted to talk to you about keeping my past from you all.
You told us it was your parents' store back in Macon. That was enough personal information. I'm sure Kat would be, okay with you. So forget it.
She already knew. Anyways, I'm guessing we don't get the map at this point. I mean, it's possible, Uncle Elias, but I tend to think people are a little more complicated than that. I mean, we get to see Kenny. We get to see Kenny in the worst possible scenarios, and I think generally people tend to surprise you in terms of who find courage in moments like that, and who don't have it in them. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, like I've definitely, whether it's roommates or whether it's friends, there's definitely been people who I don't maybe understand quite why they stay together, but I definitely see that there's genuine love between them. So I try not to, especially on a game like Tell. So I mean, the one thing, as much as this may not be like my normal go-to kind of game, like I do think they're quite well written, and I think that's where the company has its edge. So I kind of like to think it's a little bit more than, you know, Kenny's really annoying to be around with, and he's a bit of a coward in this game. And so as a result, his wife doesn't love him. It's entirely possible that it's, you know, it is a loving relationship, and then unfortunately everybody has their limits. And in the end, you know, Katya made her decision completely independently of her feelings of for Kenny and Duck.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
Aren't many of us left.
Yeah. You, me, and Kenny. Clementine. The homeless dude if he sticks around.
We're all homeless.
You know what I mean.
There's not much use in describing people by who they were.
Yeah. Guess not.
Carly didn't have to die, you know.
She would have killed me instead.
Yeah, maybe. See ya.
Yeah.
Just, you know, giving him a little guilt there.
Door to the boxcar. Looks like Chuck has some booze left.
Guess I'm giving him the booze.
It's a fifth of whiskey. He's lived here a while. There's some scissors in Chuck's bag. They look clean enough.
All right, so I'll give the booze to
Hope we're not on this train much longer.
to Chuck, and then we'll cut Clementine's hair. You're a recovering alcoholic. Let me give you some booze.
I found those scissors in your pack.
Oh, good. Get to snipping.
I found this if you want it.
Damn. Didn't realize I had it left. Thank you. Want a nip?
Nah, I'm fine.
Suit yourself.
Maybe I just want to have all my wits about me.
Anybody in there want to share a drink, you let them know.
Will do.
Not that I don't want to be friendly, it's that I gotta have a serious conversation with Clementine. Don't judge me, game.
Chuck wanted to know if you needed a drink.
He's got some.
Yeah.
2 alcoholics.
Yeah, that'd help. Thanks.
It was me.
Huh?
I was the one giving the bandits supplies.
What?
Well, Ben one got
fault.
one over on me.
What for? Why the hell would you do this?
They said they had my friend, that he was with them. By the time I realized they didn't, it was too late. They said they'd kill me. Kill all of us. I'm sorry, Lee. You still want to talk to me?
Yeah, I do.
I'm real sorry.
Let's drop it for now, okay? What are you doing out here?
I, couldn't be back there anymore. I needed some air.
Anything else?
I was thinking about talking to Kenny. I guess not.
I'm dead serious about you keeping your mistakes to yourself.
I can tell.
You get why, right?
I guess.
You better. See ya.
Yeah.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
See ya. Hey, Ben.
Hey.
See ya.
Yeah.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
See ya.
Yeah.
The most dickish conversation you have with the guy afterwards. Hey, Ben.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
See ya.
Yeah.
The disappointment. Alright, sorry.
Hey, Clint.
Did you talk to him?
I did. He had some, he explained himself and made some good points. Look, we're not gonna let anything bad happen to you, but there are some precautions we have to take.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Don't worry, sweetheart.
Okay. What should we do?
Well, we're gonna figure out a plan for when we get to Savannah. Teach you how to protect yourself and, tidy up a little, so you can't get grabbed so easily.
I'd like that.
Good. What do you think about Chuck?
I don't know.
Me neither. He might be an okay guy, though.
You think?
We'll keep an open mind about him. He's probably had it pretty rough. You need to know how to protect yourself.
Like hiding or running away? Got it.
I mean, with one of these. First, don't be afraid of it. It's just a thing. Take it. But know where your finger is all the time. And don't put it on the trigger unless you want to hurt somebody.
Okay. Okay.
See? It's not scary.
It's heavy.
You'll get stronger. To aim, you look right down the top, through that notch. Line up the sight at the end with your target.
Is there anything else I should know?
Squeeze the trigger. Steadily, okay? Don't give it a quick yank or pull.
Steady. I can do that.
Every time. It'll be tough, but just remember to do that. You'll hit what you're aiming at.
Okay. I'm ready.
Good. Don't lock your elbows.
Trigger discipline.
Let's take your first
Clementine.
shot. Squeeze the trigger smoothly, and I'll cover your ears. Nice and easy.
Nice and easy.
You okay?
My hands hurt. I don't like this.
Let's stick with it, okay?
Do I have to?
Yeah, you do. Bit to the right. Okay, a little higher.
I got it.
Excellent. Good shot. Steady now. Almost got it. Aim a little higher. There you go. Nice.
I did it!
Yeah, you did. Good job.
I squeezed the trigger, just like you said.
I know. You did good.
They're not walkers, though.
No, far from it. But you know how these things work now. We'll graduate you to walkers one day.
Okay, I feel good.
Not so scary, huh?
Nuh-uh.
Hey, Clem. Yeah? See ya.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
See you.
Yeah.
Oh, the sad music stopped.
My hands hurt and my ears have noise in them. Like,
You'll get used to it. I want to talk about Savannah.
me too.
And what we're gonna do when we get there. We don't know what to expect. The city could be bad or totally under control. The thing is, you and I, we're a team, you know? And a team needs a plan. Aside from everyone else, when this train stops, you and I should know exactly what we're doing.
A plan. I like it.
Good. I think we should look for your parents.
Really?
Yeah, you need to know if they're okay, and, well, if they're not, what happened to them.
I'm sure they're okay.
Yeah, it's best to stay positive.
That's what Dad always says.
Let's look at the map. If we can figure out where they were, we can start there. Looks like we'll come right through town if there's nothing on the tracks to hold us up. Now we've got a good chunk of Savannah here. What do you think?
They always stay in the same place when they go there. It's,
Hey, don't worry. We'll figure it out. Have you ever been there?
Once.
Well, think about it. There are a lot of hotels on here, but read this map and maybe it'll jog your memory.
They've got really tasty desserts. It's called the, something Mar.
Marriott?
Is this it? The Marsh House?
No.
Yes, that's it!
So we'll head there.
Yes!
You think we have a good plan?
I think it's very good. Can I tell my parents? You know.
Sure. Go ahead. Hey, Clem.
Hi.
So you're probably not gonna like this.
Oh no. What happened?
Nothing. We have to talk about your hair. It's not safe.
That's not nice.
What?
Are you saying it smells?
No.
'Cause it does. Kinda.
Do you remember when Andy St. John grabbed it and I got mad?
Yeah.
Well, that could happen again. And if it's a walker, well, we need to trim it.
Just a trim, right?
I need to cut it short enough so that it can't get grabbed.
Okay.
Mind if we do this now?
I guess not.
Don't mope. It's a good thing.
Do you know how to do this?
Nope.
Nope, no idea. I'm not much of a stylist, you know?
I'm going to look like a boy.
But think how much safer you'll be.
I'd rather be dead.
Shush now.
So you did kill someone before.
Yeah,
I'm glad you finally told me.
me too.
You've killed lots of things now. It doesn't even matter.
I'm wondering if there's not supposed to be music.
No, it's different.
But you do it now to protect yourself. And to protect me.
I was sent to jail
Did people ever go to jail when they shouldn't?
all the time. Okay, I think I'm about done. I can probably tie these pieces back with something.
Here, I have some hair thingies.
You do?
Yeah. Lily gave them to me for sleeping.
There, all set.
Does it look dumb?
No, you look cute. And a lot harder to grab.
I'll admit, the facial expressions that they gave for Clem are pretty adorable.
All right. How do you feel?
Good. Better. I'm glad we have a plan.
And you're a good little shot.
Thanks.
I guess we should see how far...
Oh, shit! Hold on, everybody! Fuck, 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 fuck!
Maybe we could walk?
That's fucking stupid, Ben.
I'm just saying.
I don't know. I ain't got much experience with y'all's fortitude, but we could probably deal with that. We got a goddamn train.
That thing's not full of milk, Charles. That's gas or diesel. Something that's gonna explode.
You gotta get a hold of yourself. This a crew here.
This ain't shit.
This?
Yo, you keep screaming like that and you're gonna get your face chewed off.
Are you guys gonna be trouble? Because we could have just kept walking.
No, we're friendly! Put your hand down, kid.
That's what everybody says.
We know.
Let's give these guys a break.
We'll see.
You guys got a problem with your train?
Yeah, you're standing right in front of it.
Dude, it's a wreck. It's not so bad from up here. Send your buddy up to have a look.
Anything goes sideways up there, we won't let them escape.
So just give me one quick second here, Blue Sage. I think I've always been able to understand your messages. So I'll just take a quick look here. Yeah, I mean, Blue Sage, I think the only message that I had any real confusion about was when you said planning for my streams. And that was just a question. I think in this case, like, that was a mistake, or not even a mistake, but I think that's something that an English speaker could have said as well. In the question, the idea is just the interpretation on my part was different. So, no, you've been very clear. Your English is much better than my French is. So I think you've done well. I can't think of a point where. I mean, the other thing that's important too is you're making jokes in English, which is always difficult to do because, of course, if like for me, sometimes I won't appreciate jokes in another language just because I'm focusing on the literal meaning. So I always kind of hear that if you know how to joke in another language, you're usually doing quite well.
Leads up to that wrecked tanker. If I come up there, you better not be murderers or thieves.
I guess you'll have to find out.
A group of guys is what we need.
They're what you think we need. We're doing fine.
For now. What about when...
Stop it.
Hey, dude. I'm Omid.
Lee,
Krista, what's the deal with the train?
we're driving it.
Oh, man.
Hey, I'm not gonna bullshit you. Our group is a little fucked right now. We had a bite victim, then his mom took her life, and before that, just...
It's okay.
Oh, shit. God damn, you guys have a kid.
What are you doing up here?
Do you know how long it's been since I've seen a kid? Shit. What's your name?
Clementine.
Oh, so he gets to swear.
Oh, this is great. See? Things are looking up.
You're not her dad. He down there?
It's that obvious?
To me.
And no, he's not down there.
Huh. What's your story?
I came across Clementine alone. First day all of this happened. We've been together ever since.
And everybody down there, they're cool?
Kenny lost his wife and kid.
Man, how long ago?
What time is it?
I don't know, 4?
Maybe 2 hours ago.
God damn.
We're sorry for anything that's happened to you guys. That train is awesome, though.
That tank is your real problem. We'll help you with it, but if we see anything we don't like, we're moving on down the road. Alone.
We'd appreciate the help.
You can't just blast through it, I guess?
If you could get it down, the rest would probably be pretty easy.
We'll start there.
We'll come down and settle in and see if we can help.
Yeah.
Folks probably had their way with that van a while ago. That's about the only useful thing in here.
What about the cone for a fancy hat?
It's empty.
So I know this game gives you an option to turn off the identifiers, but I'm not gonna lie, I think that would be
This thing is mangled to hell. No releasing it. No nothing. There's no way I'm pulling anything apart down there.
Okay then.
Am I gonna have to tell your people the plan or what?
Let's go talk to your people, man.
Oh, me?
What?
Guys, this is Omid and Krista.
Not big on welcomes.
Like I said, it's been a bit of a day.
We just wanted to say hi and say your train is pretty cool.
But we're not looking for charity.
We could help you guys, though.
Maybe.
The plan is to cut that tanker down and be on our way.
Seems like plan enough to me.
You want to start in on that tanker?
I'll get to know the girl for a minute, if you don't mind.
And why don't I show you how this thing works, in case something happens?
Really, Ken?
It's probably for the best. Someone might want to have a look inside of that station back there, too.
Sounds great. Let's do this thing.
I'm glad someone's managed to keep the spirit. All this power and we're still stuck.
Hey Ben, see ya.
Got a clear view up there?
Yeah, we're good for a ways. Thank God. We need someone, anyone, to come along and exterminate them or something.
Oh, shit. Walkers, man. You know, sometimes you might see me take care of one because I have to. Don't start thinking they don't horrify me.
I'm glad somebody else feels that way. I'm telling you, Lee, if they ever get a hold of me, and I know I'm not getting out of it, that's it, man. I'm just gonna punch my own ticket.
Punch your own ticket?
Yeah, take myself out.
Don't be dramatic. And don't let them get a hold of you.
Just 1 second, guys. I'm guessing. I'm trying to figure out whether or not I got enough time to finish this episode. I'm not quite sure how long it is, but then I also don't want to look too carefully on the internet, so usually it takes about 3 or 4 hours though, so Rouge Light Girl, how are you doing? Thanks a lot for that host.
I don't know what that does yet. Don't touch it. I said don't touch it, jackass.
His name is Omid, not Jackass.
The whole thing's pretty simple, really.
How could it not be?
Ah, makes sense, Blue Zane age.
Learning the ropes? Can't be too hard, right?
How are you doing, Rouge Light
A lot of
Girl?
levers I can't wait to use.
I said if something were to happen to me.
maybe we can drive in shifts.
We'll see.
How have you two made it this far? You seem dangerously normal.
Krista doesn't let us join groups, and I'm a fucking scrapper.
I got the feeling she takes care of you.
Awesome.
Please. I've saved her ass hundreds, tens, sometimes.
How long since you been home?
Like 6 months. We were on the road for a while, and then, you know.
That's rough.
Her cat is gonna be pissed.
Talk to you later.
That's great to hear, Rouge Lake Girl. Was it a special occasion or just out with friends?
Teaching him anything?
Trying to.
Talk to you later. Talk to you later. Talk to you later.
If only I had the chance for a quick hey, Ben. Alright, I think I'm gonna head towards the station and hopefully... Oh, you're with friends right now? Oh, there we go.
I guess it's good Clem's got a woman to talk to. I guess it's good Clem's got a woman to talk to.
Talk with that.
Hey there.
That's a pretty useful radio for her to be holding on to, no?
It's busted, but it means something to her.
Oh, I understand.
Just leaving, but they say I am very, very glad to you're taking good care of my viewer, but not keeping the concurrent view away from me. You too can follow at twitch.tv/systemchock and enjoy searing insights and insightful commentary on a variety of games every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from approximately 7 to 9 p.m. for about 4 hours. It's very good to see you again. So what have you been playing lately?
Where are you from?
San Francisco.
Jeez, a long way from home.
I blame the one in there. He wanted the great American road trip.
Well, he got a little more than he bargained for, huh?
Who the hell is into Civil War history anyway, other than old white guys? Wonderful. You two will be thick as thieves.
Played a game called A Date in the Park. I have not... I've not heard of that Rouge Light Girl. What's the...
Not sure.
What's the premise?
Tank down.
Maybe ask Omid. He likes to break things.
It's ridiculous. Okay, so I'm already interested.
What were you two arguing about?
I mean, I guess I
when
should
was
watch the
coming up
VOD.
ladder?
Nothing.
If you're gonna be around for a while, be good to know what baggage you got.
Then maybe we won't be around for a while.
Careful, she's a crack shot now.
You got this girl shooting guns?
Look, I don't need a lecture.
You weren't getting one. It's good. She should be able to take care of herself.
I don't know the difference, Blues Age. I don't know that much about the Zodiac. Premises: you start on a date in the park, okay, and it's a pretty sure. Yeah, watch the okay.
Can I follow you over there?
You don't like the new girl?
I do, but it's like we're a team, like you said.
Yeah, all right. Come on. Clementine and I are checking out this train station, all right? Hustle over if you hear anything.
By the way, guys, it is. I always ask Rouge Lake Girl what she's. Can't really tell me much without spoil. Okay, that's fair. I'll be sure to check it out, Rouge Lake Girl. But yeah, I should mention, guys. I usually refer to Rouge Lake Girl's casts or ask what's been on offer. But obviously, we did a bunch of shout outs this time, and she's no less deserving. The others can survive. Oh, I get it. No, I definitely get it. It's a reference to the actor. But yeah, it absolutely worth my. I've nothing else I need to shout out Rouge Lake Girl because I called her Rogue Lake Girl for so long. but another cast, and not just one that I can give a recommendation into. Well, it's twofold, right? I think a lot of the shout-outs that I tend to give are twofold. One, these are people who are very active members of the community, and they're people who I really enjoy seeing inside of the cast. But they're also people who I enjoy watching. And it's always hard. I really don't like being disingenuous in terms of the shout-outs. In the sense that, like, obviously when I talk about the fact that I haven't been able to watch El Canoe recently, but when I do make these kinds of shout outs and that, it's more than just sort of paying back a favor. There's a lot of people who do auto hosts, and obviously I don't get a chance to shout them out every cast, but it's a lot of fun to watch. It is definitely a lot of fun to watch these people, and Rouge Light Girl has been somebody who has both been a lot of fun to have inside of cast and has regularly been active in chat, but is definitely somebody who, at least when I get to see, somebody I've really enjoyed, and would definitely encourage you guys to watch, especially because I feel like the hours for us usually kind of work well in terms of a split. Like, there aren't a lot of conflicts. It's also one of the reasons why I don't get to watch as often as I do. And now I get to check out the VOD for a new game.
You should wait for me before trying to open doors.
Sorry.
Luckily, it's locked. We'll get better at working together. I can't see in there. Won't budge. We'll have to find a way in. Doesn't look like that thing's worked in years.
I don't know what this circle thing I'm holding is. Clearly I'm missing something on this puzzle, though. Oh, you know, I didn't look at the paint. I'm not sure how that fixes the problem, but...
That paint has been dry for months.
Oh, Blues Age, I was talking about Rouge Light Girl, who hosted, and just talking about the difference. I sort of stumbled over my words a little bit, Blues Age, but basically I was talking about Rouge Light Girl's cast, and basically just kind of making a recommendation, and talking a little bit about the fact that a little bit like El Canoe, I haven't really been able to catch as many casts as often. So one of the worst things I think that some streamers try to do, I can remember this specifically with a caster I know called Jesse Quill, who's a good friend of this cast's, but we both knew this one streamer who would usually like to sort of pretend friendship, but wouldn't necessarily demonstrate it. It would always be, you know, they'd be concerned about the appearance without having to do anything to maintain the friendship. And so she kind of gave this shout out that we both watched, which referred to things that she hadn't done in months, while at the same time was talking about, you know, how much she loved her cast and how great she was and so on and so forth. And insincerity always kind of rubs me the wrong way, especially on Twitch. And I think it just means a little bit more. So, you know, if I come clean on it, right? If I say it's like, look, I really like this person's stuff, but I have not been able to watch for a while.
Could I cut through it maybe? I don't know. There's no way I'm pulling anything apart down there.
Yeah, so it's telling me to cut, but we don't have the piece. Definitely don't have the piece we need for that. But yeah, so that's, I just try to be, I try to be as sincere as I can in my shout outs. And there's definitely a lot of people who I like watching and a lot of people who are a lot of fun to watch. But I don't see, I guess the biggest thing for me is that I feel perfectly confident recommending somebody like, you know, Rouge Light Girl or Lady Dow, who, even if I don't get to see them on a regular basis, I don't at all feel bad saying it's like, you know what, if they're online, you should check them out. Because I know, you know, not every time, I'm not going to be able to get it right every time, right? I'm not always going to be able to make a recommendation that everyone really likes, but I can definitely do my best to explain to somebody why I think they're worth watching. And it's why I take the time I do on the shoutouts. I really do feel like, you know, I've gotten a lot of support from people. I've gotten a lot of, you know, attention from people who are being willing to share this cast with others. And the very least that I can do is make my own recommendations, and then people can move forward if they like. Apparently this game's just too smart for me.
I can't see in there.
Should you try knockingly? So I can't use the stuff in the inventory.
We'll have to find a way in.
Well, you know, the funny thing, Rouge Light Girl, is this game does a very good job of simplifying the tasks for you. So, like, unlike, let's say, a Sierra... So I've played Sierra adventure games where, like, if you don't write down... there's something that you... like you don't write down at the near beginning of the game, it's randomly generated, so you can't just go find a walkthrough online. And if you like, again, like, there's no reason to think that you do, and yet you can't advance in the game if you don't you can't advance in the game if you don't handle the or if you don't actually write down that thing. So in the case of Telltale, I mean, these are former LucasArts employees that founded the company, if I'm not mistaken. So what they did was they sort of took the things that I think people enjoyed about adventure games, particularly sort of the storytelling, and they simplified it a little bit. So this is one of the few times that I haven't immediately been able to solve. The first time I haven't been able to immediately solve the puzzle or whatever. But I think that's just kind of, I've gotten a little used to the game sort of handing things to me on a plate. Sorry, I keep thinking I do
comes down, we'll be on our way.
Yeah.
And I hope we won't have any more trouble out of you.
I promise you won't.
All right. So, I mean, I thought for a little while ago that one of those doors was partially open. You like The Wolf Among Us? Yes, Blues Age. The Wolf Among Us was the first one of these that I played, actually.
Talk to you later.
I always love when they
Teaching
just
him
go
anything?
straight to the end.
Trying to.
Alright, so unless there's something with the wife, girlfriend, I can't recall if they said it. This base level's taken care of.
I'm glad someone's managed to keep their spirit.
But yeah, The Wolf Among Us was the first one for me, and I really liked the world, and I really liked sort of the take that they had on
You
some of the...
interrogating this woman for us?
Yep,
She set off any alarm bells?
not yet.
She's very thorough.
That's what I like to hear.
You don't want to give it away, and yet after you very clearly ignored the first time, you keep insisting on it. So, last name Charles, if you would like to continue, that's fine, but I'm putting you in the pokey for 10 minutes. When I don't have a mod in the chat, it is very difficult to tell people what is obvious, which is unless they invite what's going on, you don't tell them how to play a game. This game is not exactly the most taxing, and it is not the worst thing in the world to spend some time to think about it.
This thing is mangled to hell. No releasing it, no nothing. There's no
Usually
way
if
I'm
a
pulling
streamer
anything
wants
apart
help,
down
they
there.
will say, okay guys, I'm stuck. This game has been out for several years, and I don't want to go look at the walkthrough myself. Could somebody tell me? When you hear those magic words, then I'll be okay being told how to play the game. One thing I really hate doing is repeating actions I've already taken, but
Somebody was doing a lot of painting.
this is something I missed.
The window's open up there.
Maybe I could look in?
Why don't I put you on my shoulders and you can peek into that window up there?
Sounds good. Okay, I can see in. What do I do now?
What do you see?
Lots of crates and stuff.
Maybe we can find the key or figure out a way to knock this door down. Kenny'd probably have me pick the lock, which actually might work now that we have the
I
time.
think I opened it.
For real?
I think so.
No, I haven't seen this, Blues Age.
I'll be damned.
One of my coworkers likes it, but I don't really know what it's
Let's go.
about.
Be careful.
I'm supposed to tell you that. Damn, it's dark in here.
Maybe I can hold the door open?
I don't like that. I'll prop it open with something.
Prop it open with the tape. Oh god, I don't even want to know why that was timed. Alright.
How we doing?
Good. What do we need?
Something to help us deal with the tanker out there.
A claymore.
It's locked up good, but there's some space at the top.
A
We're lucky
lightsaber.
I'm so little.
Yeah, we are. Locked up good. You okay going over the top of this fence?
Yeah, definitely.
Go on and grab the keys, Clem. Come on, scoot.
Behind you!
Fuck!
Oh, this is interesting. They're setting up Clementine's first kill with this. Oh, well, so much for that. Wow, they really want to sell that you fucked up in that. I probably should have paid attention to the message that says push W to go back.
Go on and grab the keys.
That's such a counterintuitive control, though, because usually W's forward.
Scoot.
Behind you!
Fuck!
Oh, maybe not.
It's okay, it's okay. Everything's fine. Keys, now! God damn it, it's locked!
Oh, nice. So yeah, they give you a little bit of panic in this, so this is one of the things I like on the interactivity. A little girl in danger is probably one of the most...
God damn.
That didn't go so good.
No, it did not go so good. But we're okay. Everything's okay.
What's going on? I thought I heard a gunshot.
We're fine. We found some walkers.
You and an 8-year-old versus 3 of them, huh?
I'll just wait until the dialogue's done and say.
We handled it.
Yeah, it looks like. What if you hadn't? I'm gonna go make sure the noise didn't cause us any problems.
That's a good idea.
I hope you know what you're doing with her.
We're still alive, aren't we?
Yeah, you are.
So this is actually, there's a couple things that are interesting about this one. So I like, the one thing I will give this game credit for, where I think actually other story-based games sort of fail in some cases. And again, so this, keep in mind, I'm giving this as an example of a game which is sort of unquestioned in its quality, and yet I think in some cases causes some problems in terms of sort of interactivity. But when you think of something like The Last of Us, which again I've only watched rather than played, but a lot of the major decisions of that game are left to cutscenes. It's a little bit like a movie, and what's so interesting about that is, as Joel, the decisions you're given are where you put the bullets. and all of the major ethical decisions, all of the reasons why people talk about that game are taken out of the player's control. Now, in some senses, this happens in The Walking Dead as well. Like, I think the description that the narrative is tailored to the decisions you make is more appropriate than saying sort of like your choices matter. But what I think is so interesting about this one is when they do decide to go interactive, they tend to be like really appropriate to the situation. So like I said, there's nothing that will inspire panic more than a little girl in danger, right? And the way they build that sequence, so one, you have to defend yourself, and obviously if I'm going to fat finger the S instead of the W key, and I die as a result of that, how much more am I going to be panicking while Clementine's in danger? And of course we've got to know her over about three episodes now. So, you have to get the key and then you need to put it in the lock, and you can't just push the lock button because then you look at it and all the time you've got the ticking bomb of the zombie coming towards her. Now, I mean, the game is usually pretty easy on the player, so if you usually have enough time to do this sort of thing. But I think these are really well-crafted little moments. I mean, again, I'm not entirely sure you can have like a major character death or something like that, which is left to a choice, especially when you have sort of like multiple seasons. But yeah, it's I just think it's interesting. Oh, and Blues Age, I think in this case here, I'm talking a little bit more about the game. But
they didn't have much business back then.
I do like taking the time. So like a challenge.
Let's go outside now.
What did we learn?
I'm not ready for a gun.
We learned not to be afraid. They should have got us, but we got them.
Yeah, you're right.
Fear is the thing that will kill us. You understand? You sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm a little shaky.
It'll pass. I found a blowtorch in the station. Should make quick work of the coupling up there.
Excellent. I'll come up there with you to have a look.
Yeah, so one of the challenges that I run into this is a camless caster. I think a lot of casts of this tend to rely a lot on people's reaction to the game. And obviously I can't show you a facial expression towards it. So I try to talk about how the story works, what works for me in the game, what doesn't work for me in the game, and just generally try and try and add value. Because like if I just turn it into like a cheap movie for people, I don't really necessarily think I'm doing that well by Telltale. I mean, this thing's like 75% off on GOG right now. If you do !game, you can use the affiliate link to buy it. Yeah, like this is available for anyone to play. It's relatively straightforward, and I mean, it's the first time I got confused on a puzzle, and in the end it's just because I didn't look up, which is like one of the most famous examples you can give of where players screw up puzzles. For some reason, people just don't look up in games. But then again, I don't think of a lot of times in real life where I look up as well. I'm kind of tall, so. But yeah, so, for me, especially in these little intermediate points of the game, I like to try and talk about it, where I think it's going. And I mean, it's kind of neat that they play with some of the assumptions. So that's fine, last name Charles. But the thing is that I think the best assumption for a stream is that unless they're explicit about it, that usually they don't want people playing the game for them. But I appreciate it that you took it in the spirit that it was intended, and that you're hanging out with us. evening, morning somewhere. But yeah, I think the last thing that I can just say in terms of the Interlude Blues Age is again, I feel, to me, this is what I enjoy experiencing these games for. You know, it's one thing to just sort of passively experience a piece of content like this, but insofar as I'm going to be nudging the story, you know, even if it's just a decision in terms of, you know, character A appears in this cutscene rather than character B, I can at least give the reasoning behind why I do it and whether or not that leads to a satisfying narrative. So in this moment, right, you think it's going to be sort of this character moment for Clementine, right? It introduces the danger of the walkers, that guns are not an automatic option, that if you're surprised, then it can just as easily be knocked out of your hand. And you know, in this case, I really thought it was going to be, you know, Clementine saves Lee, and that's usually a cliche. And in this case, they decided not to go down that path and instead introduce some hesitation that, you know, you learn to shoot and a couple of hours later, you're not willing to put a bullet into something. In fact, so much so that even if you're directly in danger, you still need the adult to save you. Which sort of indicates to me that in one of the next couple of episodes, there's probably a big moment where Clementine does shoot something. I'm assuming the poignancy of the moment where Clementine kills something for the first time is probably enhanced by the fact that she hesitated this one. But again, I don't know these things, right? And I usually like to try to talk about what I'm thinking as I play a game, because that isn't as obvious.
The hose has a leak in it.
Turn it off, dude. I don't want my eyebrows burned off.
Even in a facial,
Leak with something.
even with a facial expression, right? Like there's not a lot that I can necessarily communicate without making it verbal.
Hope this holds.
Well, it's last name Charles. I think, as I was saying a little bit earlier, like
That's crazy. Look at it go.
You just about got it. Whoa, thanks.
No sweat, man.
This thing is hanging by a thread. The smallest cut and it'll go.
I mean, I usually do strategy games, so these are ones where, you know, I tend to talk a lot. And again, because I don't have a cam, because I feel like there's some added value that needs to be given, I try to give voice to my thought process. And I mean, one thing I like about it too is that I allow myself to be wrong. And when a game surprises me, it's usually just a result of the fact that the developers are very good and they decided to go a different direction. So like a really good example, I'll give you, I don't want to spend too much time on this because it's in the first episode, but like, it's interesting to see where certain decisions could have gone and made a different game. So for instance, Telltale decided that Lee was generally a very, was a good person. You're introduced talking to the police officer saying, it's like, well, I guess you didn't do it. Now it seems that Lee is responsible for taking a life. The details of it haven't been revealed yet. And there's definitely a lot that's been indicated that there's more to this story than what most people will assume. But it's pretty unambiguous that he's committed something for which he was convicted, and probably rightly convicted, although the severity of the charge, I think, is maybe disputed. Now, one of the things that video games are really good for are portraying psychopaths, because everybody knows it's fake. You're allowed to do things you wouldn't normally do in real life. And so I find at the beginning, the decision between Doug and Carly is kind of interesting. If you wrote Lee as like a blank slate, or if you implied that he was guilty of the murder at the beginning, you color the decision between Doug and Carly very differently. Because Carly's revealed herself to be one of the few people in the group who knows that you've committed the murder. Possibly the only one in that moment, because I believe the other person who knows you're a murderer doesn't reveal that information until after that moment. And then Doug is fairly plain. I don't think he has a whole lot going for him other than the fact that he's memorized universal remote control codes. So if you had Lee as a blank slate, or you didn't introduce him as sort of an upstanding guy, or at least that's the way that I've taken him, you completely color the decision of Doug and Carly a different way. Most people, I think, save Carly because she's an attractive woman and you have built a connection with her in the sense that you've solved a puzzle with her, like you've helped her with the batteries and things like that. And yet, if you wanted to go for a I'm playing the game to win, or, you know, I'm doing what's best for me kind of an approach, you'd probably want to pick Doug, because you can portray the decision to go for Doug as tying up loose ends. If Carly knows that you're a murderer, well, allowing her to die to the zombies is one of the best ways to do that. This also raises the question, you know, maybe she wasn't good with guns at the start of the game, and that they felt that they needed to give you more reasons. They noticed like people were picking Doug a whole lot. I feel like Doug is the less well-drawn of the two characters, so that may be another reason why people like to pick Carly. Now, again, I think that'd be a really inappropriate choice in The Walking Dead as it is right now, because, again, there's so much that Lee does to indicate that he is a good person. I mean, other than the fact that you're playing him and that generally you want to be a good person. I mean, he helps Clementine, generally has done things to sort of protect her from seeing the worst of the experience. And so, you know, there's a few different arguments you can make for saving Carly. The utility in terms of the fact that she has a gun, you know, the fact that you've bonded with her a little bit more than Doug, the fact that she's attractive, and let's face it, most of the people who are playing this game are probably going to be male. You know, all of these might play into that, and it's something other than, you know, you're actively picking somebody who it may not be in your interest to save, if you were playing as more of a selfish individual. But again, a totally different thing. And if you went for the more open-ended route, you could see how somebody would play Lee as a very self-interested, almost bandit-like character.
Can't reach it now.
So. Nope. So yeah, I spent the whole time.
It's just about done too.
Crap.
I probably should have been paying attention to what's going on in the game.
It's too far off the edge. Here, the weak portion of the coupling's out of my reach.
You think it'll be within mine?
No, but I'm gonna dangle you over that ledge.
The hell you are? God, you're a real son of a bitch, aren't you?
Shut up and start cutting.
Guys, there's something coming.
What the what?
There must be thousands.
We gotta go.
Fuck. Omi, cut! Cut!
I am! It's going! Pull me up!
Does it take the ladder?
Can he go?
Shit! What the hell do we do now?
Jump!
Hope to God this works.
Holy crap!
We gotta jump!
What? No way!
Guys!
Come on!
Jump!
No!
Jump, damn it!
Still no!
Fine. Ugh.
Oh man, I thought they were gonna be.
Shit!
Oh Jesus!
Run!
We should talk.
You son of a bitch! Save him! Oh
me!
That was a lot of them.
Are you hurt?
No, we're okay.
Speak for yourself. My leg is fucked.
Language.
Fine, Clementine. We're fine.
So again, I'll wait for the cutscene to finish, and I can say a couple of things about that, especially about the I can say a little bit about the demographic comment too. Morning somewhere. Oh, he's missing. Oh wait, but maybe that's
Next stop,
supposed to be Duck.
the Atlantic.
Yeah, because Clementine's got dark hair, so it's a picture of Kenny's family.
Finding Clementine's parents when we get there.
I thought they were dead.
Looking for them, then.
That's not the plan.
Well, it's ours. She and I talked it through. You'll be all right.
I'll be alive, I guess. Blood in my heart. Blood in my brain, at least.
I'll leave you to your thoughts. She's out cold like I've never seen. What the?
Can't wait for you to get to Savannah, Clementine. I got your parents right here. And you be sure to find me whether Lee wants you to or not. Now, what I need...
Holy shit.
I thought that fucking thing was broken.
So did I. Who the fuck was that? If he's convinced Clementine that he has her parents.
Y'all might want to rethink your plan.
That is quite the reveal, especially because there's that woman who was recording Clementine. Oh my god, they ended on that?
We're almost at the river. You want to get on a boat? Or you want to wait around till the walkers figure out we're here?
I know I promised that we'd find your parents, but Savannah's more dangerous than I thought it would be.
I don't know how much longer he can keep on like this. If his leg gets any worse, we're gonna have to carry him.
Or leave him?
If I were you, I'd get out of the street, now.
Who the hell is this? Answer me, damn it!
So when were you gonna tell us about the radio?
Who have you been talking to? You come back here, I'll kill you. You understand? I will kill you!
Nice. Okay, so did you shoot the girl in the street? That's interesting. So only 40% of players shot. And I'm curious if that is... So that kind of interests me just because that seems like a particularly horrible way to die. So is it just the idea that people think it's inevitable and that we don't get to choose how we go? And so they left her to her fate? If I believe that... I also believe that the minority of people felt that it was immoral to leave Lily to the walkers. This is the thing that's so interesting, right? Because to me, I see a mild consistency, even though I felt very bad about leaving Lily. 40% of people will say that a stranger who potentially, shooting will cause negative putting out of their misery will cause negative consequences. Now, this is interesting that it says I fought Kenny, because I let Kenny beat the crap out of me to try and keep things going. Although I didn't really see an option any other way. But yeah, that's maybe not so surprising. That one's, less surprising. Seems that everybody decided to shoot duck almost. I'm assuming that one is, again, a slightly humanitarian choice. Is like, Kenny clearly has lost a lot, and there seems to be no point whatsoever in putting him through more. What is a shame, though, is that they don't show. So there's clearly different paths, right? Like, I'm assuming that how people answer Katya and Kenny, I'm assuming there's some consistency. So if they say, I'll be the one to shoot duck, I'm assuming people will already decide. So I'm curious, of those 79% of players, how many said they'd do that in the first place, and how many changed based on what, based on what they said before. Did you help out Omid? You and 44% of players did not help Omid. I don't get that at all. So if that's the last decision in terms of that one, I'm calling shenanigans on that one a little bit. Oh, not a problem at all, Blues Age. I'm going to be wrapping up pretty soon after this as well. So there's a couple of things that I'll talk about in terms of the sequences that we saw. I'm just trying to think if there was anything before the zombie horde, or if that was okay. Well, I'll take it to when the zombie horde shows up and you're helping out Christina. So the reason I helped her first was because she was the first person who was able to be grabbed. What I thought was really interesting, and I thought this is where they were going with that decision, was that, like, this game has now had 3 episodes where they build up the fact that your choices kind of have consequences, right? That you pick something and it might mean that somebody else dies. You don't know if the Omid, I think it's Christina. Anyways, the 2 characters who you meet, there's no guarantee that they last, right? And it could just be another Doug Carley decision where, picking one necessarily involves losing the other. So it was really interesting, that she scolds you, and it was the demographics thing I was going to talk about before. I'll get back to that. That she scolds you, and it seems like Omid is done for, right? And then of course he jumps onto the train. So that's, I think, another nice case where the developers have sort of inverted your expectations a little bit and said, it's like, okay, no, we're not going to introduce this guy and take him away from you. I think I would have felt a little bit cheated too. Like, definitely at that moment, I'm like, everybody's mad at me, and I'm like, but I just picked what was available. I didn't realize it was going to matter, which of course is completely consistent with life choices, right? You don't know, sometimes these off the cuff decisions that you make wind up having longer consequences than you thought. But it's weird because if you see that, hey, Dublin Poppy, good to see you. It's weird sometimes because if you allow that kind of randomness like you see in life in a game, in a narrative, you sometimes feel cheated, right? Generally, the rule is that if it's something that helps your character, you're not allowed to have it happen by chance, whereas things can go wrong by chance for you. But sometimes you sort of feel like, but I played it, in a game, you sometimes get that pulled away. So a narrative, you can get away with it as long as it doesn't help the character. In a game, you add another layer of complexity to that. Because it's like, okay, well, things can't just get lucky for the hero, because then it feels like they haven't really earned their victory, right? If you have like a Deus Ex Machina and it's like, something comes in and saves everyone in the last minute, you don't really feel like you've earned your win. So you can't do that. But you can't do the opposite, which other narratives can do, which is, just totally at random, something tragic can happen to the character, and there's not a lot of times where you'll question that because it gives you more plot. It gives the character more things to do. But if you have that happen in a game, that potentially erases your progress, right? Telltale gets away with this because Telltale aren't really skill-based games. But you had the foods, and we're almost done, Rouge Lake Girl. So sorry if you just have to listen to me monologue for a little bit. But yeah, so the idea here is, right, if you're writing a book, if you're doing a movie, you can be as aggressive as you want to the characters. You can have things that in other situations you'd say that's nonsense. But especially for skill-based games, if you were to take it away, you cheat the player. You say, oh, no, I'm not, you could have done everything perfect, but I'm still going to kill that person who's really important to you because it, quote, advances the story. And my feeling, at least, like, obviously I haven't done formal research on this, but I think the tendency would be to feel that you had been cheated. That if the game sort of faces you with this, this only lose situation, it sort of feels like your progress has been erased. In the case of this game, I think it gets away with it just because generally, like, the decisions, it's pretty clear when it gives you a dichotomous choice. Like, it's like, choose who to save, Carly or Doug. In the case of Omid, there was a sign. I was like, oh, Jesus, like, I didn't know it meant that much. And then he comes in and I'm like, oh, okay, that feels good. But I think that had the intended effect because I was like, oh God, I just lost this guy. And like, that was a casual choice. I was following the game mechanic. And so this is a case where the mechanics sort of inform the narrative a little bit, like, the fact that Clementine didn't shoot. And so now I've introduced a ticking time bomb of an approaching walker, and I need to perform 3 different mouse actions to do it. Otherwise, I get to see the little girl die. And obviously, I died before, and I know how much they it's one thing to show like Lee get tackled, but now that I know that you see like the thing rip into his intestines and eat him in front of Clementine, I was like, oh God, what are they going to show me if the little girl dies? Chalk runs away if you come in. Well, I just saw you now, Melee Mage. But yeah, it's quite late here, so. I was going to talk about the demographics thing because like the Omid choice and Christina choice is a little different from Doug and Carly. I think one, it doesn't introduce it as a dichotomous variable. You get to keep one of the 2 characters introduced. But we were talking about the fact, again, I made this assumption that most people who play this game are probably going to be men. And, one can wish for a different case, but I just think in general that tends to be, it's not unreasonable to think that. And I think sometimes that matters in terms of the audience. So if you want a decision to fall roughly around the middle, right? If you want the experience to be half the players choose Doug, half the players choose Carly, you weigh the balance. As I said, right? You say, it's like, how much do I think the player is going to care about the fact that she knows you're a murderer? In my case, that didn't factor into the decision at all. It was actually purely the fact that she demonstrated she was good with a pistol, and Doug didn't seem to have any real character to him. Those were kind of the major reasons why I ultimately went with her. In this case, I found her a more relatable character, and there's sort of the survival choice, but a lot of the other choices I've made in this game have not been survival related. I've actually usually tried to make decisions that are consistent with saying that there is something about the world before the walkers showed up that was worth keeping, and particularly because I'm responsible for Clementine, and basically she's going to be somebody who's formed in this world, in this bad place, to sort of remind her that there are things that are worth retaining and to try and show that there is a better way of behaving. And I guess what's interesting about that, I don't know if this episode could ever really quite ratchet up the intensity the way that episode 2 did. Episode 2 did a really great job of just putting you into this nightmare scenario and just constantly raising the stakes. This one definitely felt a little more character driven, though no shortage of drama. I mean, the difference here is that the last one would have made for a very good thriller movie. This one definitely was a lot more sort of character oriented. So the major emotional points, right? The loss of a son and it turns out a wife, Lily losing it and shooting a party member who, as it turns out, did not commit a crime. You know, and then even little things, right? Like I was talking about trying to take this very idealized version of saying, you know, there's some hope, you know, if there's a reason for humanity to be saved, it's going to be the way that we behaved before the walkers showed up, and the fact that in spite of the breakdown of society, that there is goodness to be retained, and that the next generation will have those lessons passed on. And that even though, you know, Clementine is an utter stranger to you and you're both thrown into circumstances that you can't handle, that there is a way of preserving it and a way of showing somebody that you can move forward that way. That, which I'd like to think, I mean, again, looking at these numbers, right? The majority of people tend to do what seem to be the quote unquote good guy choices. I don't think is inconsistent with the way people would expect to play this game. And yet the character of Chuck, I think it is, the guy who's on the train, you know, he definitely questions that. So again, this is a very satisfying episode to play. I definitely feel like some of the, oddly enough, the interactive things weren't as exciting for me as episode 2. But you've known more women who play this, but then you think you know a lot of awesome geek girls. Well, I mean, Rouge Light Girl, I'll be honest with you, right? Like, I say this just as a general statement about gaming demographics, and I realize it would be a terrible cliche, but I have to assume that, you know, this would be good at attracting, you know, a female audience. But then I also think there's nothing saying that a female audience can't enjoy first-person shooters either, right? So, you know, usually this is one of these like, well, what do you like as a gamer kind of questions, rather than what do women like? Because I'm going to assume that knowing somebody's sex is insufficient for, you know, for predicting what genres they'll like. But with that in mind, I think if you're going to make a game that's sort of based around certain decisions, it doesn't hurt to think about what the average player is going to be like. So if you think the average player is going to play like a good guy and you want the game to take different paths, I think you need to nudge people in a certain way. You know, the same way that I talked about the fact that in the second episode, the game had introduced this idea that you're safe in dialogue choices. And, you know, so you had, like, so you know, in a game like this, you expect to be safe during dialogue choices. So how do they get a scare out of you? Well, they put a walker coming in and interrupting a dialogue choice. So you don't feel safe here anymore. You know, this game has now had 3 episodes with which, you know, you now have some choices where there's an unexpected result and, you know, you don't get to keep everyone. You have to make decisions in terms of who lives and who dies. And it felt like Omid was going to be one of those choices, even though you didn't know it at the time. So it seems that they're very conscious in terms of what people's expectations of the games are. And I think these games are usually at their best when they play with them a little bit and they create new meaning based on those bits. And yeah, Rouge Light Girl, I mean, I think it just kind of comes down in terms of what you experience. So, I mean, I just generally, you know, again, I'm speaking in broad terms and it's easy to get in trouble doing such things. But I mean, just in general, I tend to find women have been better at picking up sort of nuance in terms of dialogue and character. It just, like, again, this is based on my experiences with people, and this might be a reflection in terms of my, you know, my limited understanding or my, you know, my limited social circle. But just generally, like, if I make a subtle reference to something, it will usually be my lady friends who pick up on it a little bit faster or at all. And so I think with that in mind, if you have something which is character-based, if you have something where there are subtleties in terms of dialogue choices or, you know, or moments or you know, context that's created, I just think that that is more consistent. When I think of that personality in my individual experience, I think that is more consistent, you know. I guess this kind of falls under, it's like, it's not bigotry if it's nice, right? Like, I think it would be dumb. You'd say it's like, oh, ladies wouldn't like this because it's got gore in it. Then, you know, you're probably saying something stupid. But I don't know. I just think in general, you know, either whether it's an upbringing thing or if it's a social expectation or whatever it is, I just think nuance is usually more appreciated in that. So, women are biologically engineered as social creatures throughout the ages, wider range of emotional empathy. It's possible. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, Aristotle said man's the political animal. But I mean, again, like, I'll be honest with you, like, the only people who probably know the demographics of this game is Telltale, right? I think I'll just let the credits run because I don't have a whole lot more to say on it. The only point I really wanted to make on the demographics thing was, to me, if I have a reasonable expectation in terms of, you know, of a game. So, I mean, again, I would say, what's an ideal? Well, I mean, the people who want to play games, and the people who don't. And if that's a 50-50 split, sure. I don't see any particular reasons for one sex to prefer games to another. You know, one can hope for any particular outcome. Maybe you think the ideal ratio is 100% male, 0% female. I don't know why somebody would want that, but maybe people genuinely believe that. What your ideal is not the same thing as what your expectation is in terms of a target market, which is definitely something that a game development studio needs to think about, right? You need to think about who is going to pay for this game, and are they going to enjoy it? Are they going to want to buy the rest of the episodes? And so, you know, if you have a target audience, even if you're totally wrong with that, if you think an audience is going to behave a certain way, i.e. if you have a heterosexual male audience, they are more likely to save the good-looking lady than the fat guy, that's important to know, right? If you want something to be a meaningful choice, or you want to upset an expectation, then you want to make sure that you build in nudges to sort of upset that, you know, that expectation. So. So this is what I get for not paying attention in, like, biology. It may not be empathy. That could be just because you instantly know you're the ones who have to deal with it. I don't know. I hate the sound of crying children. But anyways, guys, I hope the monologues weren't too much for you. I appreciate you guys for staying the time that you did, but I'm about an hour past when I normally want to go. We did get the 4 hours of the cast in, but I think a lot of that was just because I was yakking. I think somebody said there were 5 episodes, so I will warn you ahead of time. So I will do. I'll probably do Walking Dead on Friday just to confirm it. Obviously, you can check the Twitter. If I get an early enough start, I'll probably try to do the last 2 episodes in one. As always, I will usually upload the VOD within a week, so if you miss something, you know, there's enough time. I used to do it sort of the day after, but there's a little bit of a restriction in terms of when I can do. Basically, the idea is that you don't, when you're in an affiliate relationship, you don't just like go on Twitch and then all their competitors, right? I can't simultaneously cast to, like, that would be foolish. Like, I have signed an agreement, I've made a commitment, and I'm not going to. I don't know exactly the nature of it, so I'm speaking in general terms. But clearly, if you say, all right, I'm getting in bed with Twitch, you don't then turn around and say, oh, by the way, I'm now broadcasting on all their competitors as well. But they also don't have like an exclusivity agreement or anything like that. I'm fairly certain that's safe to say. So with that in mind, I say it's like, well, there's a period of time in which I don't want there to be any ambiguity about when stuff gets sent out. The existing affiliate links are fine. So if you guys want to pick up this game, incidentally, if you guys want 75% off on GOG right now, that's a DRM free version of the game. So if you don't want to have a client to download it, you can just download it on its own. I'm sure most of you have this, or you've probably already, if you haven't played it already, it's probably because you don't plan on playing it ever. But it does make a decent gift. Canadian, it's about $8 now. US, it's probably a little bit less expensive. But if you do buy it through the affiliate link, that does help the cast out a little bit. And if you don't buy it through the affiliate link, that's fine. I definitely encourage you to support the developer if you think they've made a good product. But yeah. I will do my best if I do it. So yeah, VODs will always be up within the week. Again, I try to at least give 24 hours before I put something up. So usually this means I roll into the next cast. I'll do my best to finish this on Friday. If you want to know exactly when that will be, I will announce that on Twitter. But usually I start around 7 or 9 Eastern time. And was there anything else to cover? No. I think I'm just going to host somebody. All right, abrupt ending. Let's find somebody who is online. And I'll also give some thank yous and hellos to the people who hosted. There's some really good casters on tonight. Oh, you know what? This person. Oh, thank you so much, Morning Somewhere. Let me just take a quick second here and mention all the auto. I need to get better at mentioning the auto hosts, and I think this is a comprehensive list, but I know Twitch always switches it around on me, so we'll do this really quick. Inferno Fowler, Custom Games, Mr. Franz, Rouge Light Girl, Flow Fantasy, Lady Dow, Nubisaur 42, Cringy Cat, Blaster 1, Johnny Big Time, Docs Gaming, P-Threm, Jesse Quill, The Rambler 146, Vanguard Master, Kaylee Cakes, Unknown Brigade, El Canoe, The Miss Ariella, Starbright Knight, Optimistic Gamer, and Dynamite. Thank you very much for your manual hosts, auto hosts. Thank you everybody in chat for participating. It is fun to share these games. I know like the viewer count gets cut by about a third when I play these games. But again, chat is more than a number. It's always fun to have you guys to interact with, even if it does mean that I sometimes monologue a little bit, and especially when Morning Somewhere says things like great cast tonight. I really do appreciate that, guys. It does mean a lot. There's no shortage of options on Twitch, so it does mean a lot, especially on a game that's so frequently covered like The Walking Dead. The fact that you guys are coming along with me is great. I'm gonna host somebody a little unexpected tonight. I know this is not normally people's cup of tea, but Shane O'Mad is playing Dota 2. If you've not seen Shane O'Mad, he is a really great Irish caster. He is one of the most relaxed and positive attitude Dota 2 players I've seen. He's very good at the game. Also plays a lot of PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, so generally more popular games. Has got an absolutely incredible attitude. He's one of the most positive guys I've seen on Twitch. And he normally has a very big audience. He seems to just have about 41. Well, I mean, 41 is a large audience by most standards of Twitch, but it's usually quite small for him. So he is playing Dota 2, which again, I realize is not everybody's cup of tea, but he is somebody I really think you guys do need to experience. He's a great guy, and I really do encourage you to hang out and check him out. He is definitely a solid caster, and I feel really good doing it. So I know if you don't like Dota 2, I get it. Please definitely check him out. See if see if his personality is enough to convince you. But I definitely want to host him tonight because I have him on my auto host, but I don't get to personally host him that much. So his link is here. You don't need to say the line because I don't get to host him manually that much. But I'll be going with him tonight. If you're looking for other recommendations, Warwitch TV is doing Warhammer Vermintide, and Kilgore Trout is playing Aliens vs. Predator 2. But as always, I'll see you guys on Friday, and thank you very much for hanging out. See you next time.